Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of Duel On. I am one of your commentators here, and am joined here with Frosty as we're immediately getting into the action. No, not even just building up. We're already getting into it, seeing WayWay versus Zyliqx. Is that right?
Zyliqx, close enough. But yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting match. I see Flutter coming out, Hydra Splatling. You can see the straightaway map. They're playing right for the center. You know, no stopping right there. The part that you have to balance with Tableturf is that you got to take early control of the center, so that way you can start building specials and you have an area to break through later. I know we had played a couple matches earlier trying to get an idea of what to look at, you know, in the higher level of competition, but as you can see here, Zyliqx seems to be getting a really early control of the further center, stronger, more massive cards taking up his side of the screen.
What WayWay has to do here is try to get away in, but Zyliqx has got to, you know, just block out WayWay while also making sure that they have enough room in order to effectively build specials, as WayWay still has a way in to the enemy territory because of that line over there. And we see the Splat Bomb. They're going to be using that in order to get that way in, but they're not going to be able to block that because they're just trying to use a Marigold in the corner.
Yeah, we were talking about that off screen earlier about how Marigold was just really good for taking a lot of space up on your side and then building a couple specials. The Steelhead coming out from Zyliqx, but is going to block off the routing from WayWay. He'll need a special to break through here in the end, and I just think Zyliqx is going to take more control of the board here since he has more avenue to get specials on his side of the stage.
Yeah, but it seems Zyliqx does not have enough room, but he's thinking about it, but he might be doing a really good play here using this 2x2 going to be in the center here, but we're going to see what WayWay is going to try to do here. As the Slosher is trying to see where they want to place it, opting to go Splatter Shot instead. They just have to think about where they're going to place it, but this gives Zyliqx three specials off of one.
Yeah, that was a really good play. So for those watching and wondering how we knew he was going to play a 2x2, we have stream on the other player so we can see both sides of the screen. So if you see something, just assume we can see it. You can't. It's about to come onto screen really soon. Anyways, there's a huge lead Zyliqx has right now, and you know this Bloblobber might be getting played real soon in order to get a lot of screen territory taken up on the other side of the stage, but I think he's going to play on this side. This Chung coming out, giving WayWay a few more special points to work with.
Something of note is they have a Burst Bomb. Zyliqx has a Burst Bomb, and there's a perfect place, and they're going to use it, getting 3 special points off that.
Yeah, no, 7 special points on the screen for Zyliqx is a huge advantage to have in any sort of territory. You can see both players kind of valuing their options. 4 special points still means he's a threat, though, so I think you might be seeing a special played with this Tri-Stringer in order to take some space back for yourself, breaking through the opponent. Zyliqx is also preparing a special move on his side of the screen, so let's see how this weighs out.
Zyliqx is opting to use the Glue Tuber, trying to make a break into the enemy's base, but we see that Tri-Stringer is going to be used pretty deep in there, getting some more special points, and in the end, WayWay is going to have more points on the board, but they still need so much more, and with 3 more special points still on Zyliqx's side, they have much more of an advantage, opting to maybe use Splatter Shot, Rapid Blaster, or Octotuber to a Trooper. The Octotuber.
Octotrooper. Yeah, no, true. It looks like this is over though, because it doesn't seem WayWay has a move he can play with the lack of special points. Passing on that Marigold, the 8 points on the Rapid Blaster will leave it up to a, what I believe is 77-97 advantage. Zyliqx taking game 1 here. I believe these are best of 3, right?
Yeah, I am pretty sure that we're going to be doing a best of 3 here, as we're going to be moving on to Thunder Point. Of course, Main Street is way more like way forward with how Tableturf is played. It's really easy to be like, okay, go in mid, block it out, and then get our spaces. Thunder Point, you got to be thinking more diagonal.
Yeah, thinking diagonally is quite the way to do it, but at the same point, I think this is one of those maps where it's just really, really easy to lock out the center by just getting to it first. And you know, it sounds obvious when you first think about it, but the far left corner is really your only point of breakthrough if you don't get to the center first, meaning that if you take the lower right side of the center, it's really hard for your opponent to get through without having to go way out of his way, and then you'll need a lot of line cards, so it becomes really difficult to get past that initial advantage.
Already seeing Zyliqx using a steelhead to get that diagonal play, as I was mentioning before. Maybe trying to go for the rapid blaster or splat roller to go in, but we see the marigold meta here. The marigold going into this. Oh, but it gets blocked by the splat roller.
Oh wow, great play. Actual mind games going on here. And that's the thing, is that for a little bit of basic rules, kind of important to go over, but if you have control or more points on the board, when someone takes the same spot as you, you're going to get that spot first. And now you're going to see that they're, like I said, they're both going on those far sides now, looking to break through on each other's side, get behind each other. But Zyliqx just has much more territory to take over here. Now, good blaster paint over, separating the side of the board, but it's not going to be enough to stop him, as he's already getting into the back line of WayWay.
Yeah, we see here it's just not looking good, as Zyliqx is always finding a way into WayWay's territory, and WayWay is just trying their best to block him out, but it's not going to be enough. But now WayWay's like, all right, I'm going to try to put my cards in Zyliqx's territory, and now I'm going to be trying to push in there, and now it's just going to be constant back and forth on what they're trying to do here. Squid Force going to be going really deep in Zyliqx's territory, but they're opting to use a splatter shot in order to block it off a little bit. And now Zyliqx doesn't have much they can do, but oh, this splat bomb play might be really good for them. You're about to see it in a second, but this splat bomb play might get them a good amount of special.
Yeah, and the Splatana Wiper coming from WayWay also continuing digging into the opponent's side. WayWay has a slight advantage now, but don't go anywhere yet, because you're about to see what happens whenever special points start coming into play on the sides of the board, especially with the way Zyliqx is building. You notice that WayWay has a lot of territory, but he doesn't have a lot of specials, meaning that when we're going to get into the in-game stages of the game, there's going to be a lot of room that WayWay will just not be able to contest back.
We see WayWay trying to put a splat bomb to get some more special, but we also see Zyliqx trying to go for something here. They might be able to build some more specials with this Octo Stamp if they place it correctly. We're just going to have to wait and see it. I know.
Yeah, he doesn't see it. Oh, no.
Oh, dude. I saw. Wait. No. Wait. We didn't see it. He has a burst bomb. He has a burst bomb.
Oh, no. Yo. Wait. Hold on.
We didn't see it.
Yeah, no. We didn't see it. Yeah, what do we mean? Yeah, we didn't see it. Okay. So he has a burst bomb setting between those two special blocks right now. He's going to end up playing that. But WayWay is now thinking out his turn. You know, how does he get his side of the board set up so that way he can prepare for this incoming onslaught? 6 special points on the board, 1 turn left, and we're about to see it right here. He's going to be playing, I think, he's going to be playing one of the bigger cards in his deck. He has so much special here that he can kind of play whatever he wants, and WayWay only has 3 special points on the board, so he has to find a way to either play defensively with the points he has left, or he has to find a way to get aggressive and take space back to hold this small lead in the last turn of the game.
Yeah, he's going for the Marigold special attack here. It's Marigold.
Yeah, big Marigold right here. It takes 15 squares, and yeah, no, that's actually going to be a win for Zyliqx, as you'll see here in a second. It's going to be a 95 to 79, 2-0 in the favor of Zyliqx.
That was insane at the end. We were like, oh, he doesn't see that really good Octo Stamp play, but then it was turned on our heads. We thought they didn't see it, but instead we didn't see what they were going for, and uses a burst bomb to get 3 special points.
Yeah, no, he had the vision there. He had the vision. He knew what he was looking for, and you know, he took those really aggressive steps in both games. You saw how he was not afraid to just dive deep. So it just, you know, took immediate space and then just won the game after that. WayWay didn't have many options, but if anything, it shows you just how important it is to have special point control in the later stages of the game. Those last few turns determine a lot of the pacing of the game, and honestly, just having specials on your side means you can win the game right then and there.
Yeah, and that's what's so important about just mind games. Tableturf, compared to the rest of Splatoon, is a lot more slower and more methodic way of playing. Sure, you have a time limit, but you have to really think a lot more. It's kind of like chess in a sort of sense in that aspect. You have to think a lot about what you're doing. because you can try to do setups, you can try to block out opponents. There's a lot going on here, more than you think.
That 40-second turn timer, you do have to make your decisions quick, but at the end of the game, it's just whoever has more turf wins, and you have those special points that will take control of the... I think we played this game before, something called Splatoon 2, you know, specials having a lot of advantage. I think I remember playing something similar to this, that's all I'm saying. Even if it wasn't played on cards, you know, we played it with a bunch of shooters. But, yeah, no, surely that was a match to be seen. You can see that both these players knew what was going on.
But with that being said, we're going to be going on a little bit of a short break while we wait for the next round to come up for us. But make sure to stay tuned, as that will be here shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And now we are getting into round 2 of course, Duel On 2. We're going to be starting on Square. Who named it? Square Squared.
Well, it's a square that's been squared, so it's like, you know, mathematically. Okay.
You know, they're not wrong.
They're not wrong. This is a square. I do like that this is a square. Getting into this match, we got Katt 79 versus Nebula. I don't know who either of these people are, but I'm sure since they're both in round 2 winner's side, they're going to be pretty good at Tableturf as we're getting right to this match. Both playing immediately for the center of the Dynamo Roller coming out from Katt. Nebula taking the slower approach at the 11th set card. But now we got the Crack On Brand card being played on Nebula's end. Or at least that's what they're preparing. Hello?
Communication error?
Oh my god, Katt's gone.
That's how it works.
Katt's gone.
That's how DCs work in Tableturf, guys. In the lobby, they just disappear from their chair.
They got squid dapped.
Nebula had a hit on them.
Splatoon 2 story mode. Lord. Okay, so while we're waiting for that, I guess we could just talk to chat, see what's going on in there.
Wait,
say
Katt's
hi,
in my
chat.
lobby. They're on the coffee table seat. They just changed seats. Why are you there?
They're not here. No, they're not on my screen. They're not on the stream screen either. Boy,
They're on,
are
like,
they on
they're
your...
on like
They're back.
Oh,
they're
they're
back.
back in.
They're back. Okay, everybody get in the chairs. Let's go. We have some Tableturf to play.
Katt's coming back. They're walking up the stairs.
Katt's coming back. Yeah. I don't know how DC rules work. Hey, streamer, do you have any idea how DC rules work? Can I get a read on that? Or do we just replay?
I guess we can just replay. I'm just gonna think it's like normal tournaments where we have one replay.
One replay? Yeah, no, that would make sense. That's unfortunate though. Awkward DC, but we're going back to squared. I don't think there's any sort of like you have to play the same cards rule. So we do have a general idea of each player's strategy. They're going to play immediately for that center and spread out to the sides closer to their opponent they can get the better. But yeah, here we go. Winner's side round 2. Katt versus Nebula. Different cards coming out this time. The Octo Baller on the end of Katt. That's actually a really nice looking card. I love the designs of these cards. Like you never hear people comment on it, but it's so good looking. Splat Charger, however, going to be taking over. That is not a good look for that ballpoint Splatling being diced in half by the placement of that Charger. Really good turn for Katt to have there. As now they are going to split up the opponent's resources. Big Marigold coming out. Marigold meta.
There they go. All right.
Yeah.
Well, now Nebula is in a really bad spot since both of the sides, Katt is finding a way in, and they just have to make sure that no, that's not good. That's not good.
There you go. Yeah, more diced up in the center. Katt does have a small lead, however, but yeah, no, Nebula definitely taking the right approach to cut that card in half there.
And now Nebula really needs to make sure that they're not going to get any more. But Katt is going to opt to get some more space, to try to get some more space around their special blocks.
Yeah, and you'll notice here that both these players have so far just been taking really aggressive routes with each other, just looking to take as much finite space on the board as possible, but no one's really begun building any specials yet. These special blocks are all really isolated, and both these players have really, heavy hitter card decks. I haven't seen a single 2 or 1 card from either of them yet, but it might just not be in cycle. This Auto Bomb coming out from, I believe, Katt's side, getting them a special, and Nebula playing on the far side for a special block. This E-Liter 4K coming out on the other side, GooTuber, they're both playing really fast here. They played the same spot, so those cards are going to be canceled out.
We're going to be seeing the classic Squiffer. Might be able. Oh, that's going to be a really good angle for Nebula here with the classic Squiffer. But Katt is going to opt to try to play this Torpedo, trying to see where they can put it. Trying to put it in that corner, but Nebula is going to be able to get another special point from that Squiffer. Nebula doesn't have a lot of big cards left, but not a lot of small ones to be able to get some more space for those specials to be able to get some more stuff.
Right, and you know, looking at Katt's side of the board, we got only big cards left, all 10 or higher, and that might leave them in a bit of a problematic situation because they don't have many special blocks, and they're being forced to just pass on that card. That E-liter 4K scope would be quite the loss. However, they do have this 7 square, this carbon roller. Hopefully they can get a special out of it. I don't see any spots they can get a special out of it, while Nebula is taking the opportunity to just take initiative and get as many special points as they can for these last 3 turns.
Yeah, using the small fry in a pretty good spot there, and now they're trying to see what they can do. Going to be using the triple ink strike onto enemy territory here, and Katt has got to try to figure out what to do. They're not really sure, but we see Nebula just trying to see, all right, where will be the best spot to put my tri-strike?
Right, and Katt looking at their opponent's options right now. I think they're just going to go with this little Splatoon Wiper, get another special point to their name. They have 5 points on board, but the lead is massive. I don't think there's enough spaces that Katt can take back to win this game, and this might be a lockout. But you know, we can see Katt thinking here. No turn timer. Usually there is one, but looking at the options, just trying to think like, what is my best play here? How can I maximize the amount of spaces that I can take? But I don't actually think there's. I think they're mathematically locked out of it here.
Nebula has so much of a lead, and the special Splattershot Jr. is just going to end the match with Nebula taking the first game here, having a really solid lockout and getting a lot of points on the board. And in the end, they're going to be the ones taking that first game as we move on to round 2 on X Marks the Garden.
Yeah, and if you got anything from that first game, you'll notice that a lot of space was just rapidly being taken by both players. No player really got a break there, and everybody was just like, just fighting for like the same squares. You notice we had gray squares in the top right corner, and then both players were immediately cutting each other's cards off. And so this map's got a little bit more space to play with those sides of the X, the sides of the area, giving you a little bit more to do here.
Now we're in the map here, and we see Nebula trying to go for a Harmony straight off the bat, trying to figure out what they want to do here, and the tri-stringer is going to be coming out from Katt for sure. It's just up to where they want to position this Harmony. Going to be using it here, having a similar shape to a retro Nintendo toy. The Ultra Hand is what it's called, because you know Harmony's holding that.
Wait, that's the card design's based off of? Hey, look, there's an old friend, Crab Tank, coming out. Mostly going to be cut off by the other card, however. We can see this classic Squiffer starting to come out, take some space back. Already cutting off Katt's options really early in the game. Katt's got to find a way back into the stage now, and we're going to see this GooTuber come out, start to take space on their side of the board, but it looks like they're already running out of room to play. They're going to have to establish some sort of stage control here to stop themselves from being run over.
Reflux coming out from Nebula, trying to see where they can put it in a really good spot against the Splat Charger. And here is the first special point coming out for Nebula here, as we're now 8 turns left in the game, and no Dynamo Roller is going to be coming out from Nebula. There's just not enough space for them to put it anywhere, but they might be going for 10 missiles, but instead is going to use that. Oh, they're really deciding here. They're going back and forth.
Yeah, the big thing to notice here is that Nebula actually has a really good lead to hold on to, not just in the space itself, but in the fact that Katt's lines are all walled off except for this left corner, but it would take multiple cards to break through that corner, meaning that just Nebula has more space. Even with that Charger walling off that left side, that's only 24 squares that they can take advantage of here. But Nebula's got all that space in the center, but they might be finding a way to break through. That Splatoon Wiper may bring them into Nebula's base just in time to give them some space to work with.
That's going to be pretty good for them here. Ballpoint Splatling, they're trying to position it. They have a pretty good spot for the ballpoint, having almost everything, but we see the Splatoon Wiper making their way into Nebula's territory, but there might not be much more they can do in there, though, and there's not a lot of big cards left for Nebula, but they're going to be using a really good play here, getting 3 special points off that.
Yeah, those big 3 special points right there, all making a huge difference in the end of the game. And now we're going to see another special point being gained from Nebula here in a second. Can't reveal where that card's going to be placed. And then Katt's going over to the left side, taking advantage of those 24 squares. As I said, those squares are completely locked out without specials. But now we're going to see specials flying out from both sides as we're entering the last 3 turns. Nebula's got a pretty good hold on the majority of the stage, and Katt's got special points, but not really the amount of points they need to be using the cards in their hand. It's just kind of a hard hand to play if you're them.
They might be going for, they're going for a pass, while Nebula is just going to get more special points. This is not looking good for Katt here, as the special is going to come on once again, using the Dynamo Roller, and they're going to be having a really good push into enemy, but they're not going to go for it. They're actually going to go for the end parry.
Yeah, I'm watching both sides here. I see Katt just kind of has to play small cards here and lessen the damage, because at this point of the game, with so many special points and all of your routes cut off, you're kind of out of luck here. You didn't have the special points you needed early in the game, but Nebula can extend on this lead and guarantee that they don't get, you're going to go over 100 points here when after this play, and you just don't have, the resources. Even with those 5 special points, Big Harmony's not going to be enough to take the space you need to win the game here, especially since we got 5 extra points about to happen from the end of Nebula with Splatoon Wiper.
They're going for the Splatoon Wiper, and it's all up to Katt to consider what they want to do. They're trying to use the Dynamo Roller special wherever they can to try to at least even the odds a little bit, but I don't think they're going to be able to find anything. That one looks really close, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, no, because the closest you can get is like 87, I think. Like, even if with 87. Nebula wins this one. It'll be 95-83. I was a little off, but I was like, the closest you can get is in the 80s. So Nebula will be taking that game too. Looks like they will be taking the set as well. Quite the set. And, once again, we talked about this earlier, but we saw how just taking early control of the center and establishing a good special advantage can make it to where it's really hard to come back in the end game. And honestly, Nebula winning in dominant fashion using those specials.
That was really good coming out from Nebula, just taking space, using those small cards to build so many specials, and then just using a lot of big cards to really get those specials out. And that's what was able to get Nebula the wins so many times. And in the end, they're going to be moving on to winners round 3 here. And I gotta agree with Foreign. Such neglect for the Marigold. Honestly, I think Marigold's the meta.
Marigold is the meta. No, we were talking about this earlier. We were like, what is the Tableturf meta? And we went to the card list. And we're like, it's Marigold. It's definitely Marigold. So much space can be immediately taken with the big 15 card, but it's also in a pattern that's very condensed, meaning if you got big special advantage, you might as well pop it because you'll get a lot of room for yourself. Dynamo Roller has also seen a lot of use today, though, so might be something to watch out for.
Yeah, it's a really good card to use for the special because it just takes so much space, but also it's such a long card. So if you want to use it right at the beginning to get space immediately, that's another good option to just make that rush towards mid.
Right. And we got a little bit of downtime between these 2 sets, so while our lovely streamer Boing is getting this next match set up, we're gonna take some time to talk to you, chat. How's your day going? I want to know, how's everyone's Sunday going?
Yeah, how are you guys doing right now while we're just waiting for our next Tableturf match to come up?
Actually can't see chat, so you're gonna have to read chat messages to me. I know it was my idea to talk to chat, but chat's not loading for me right now, so you're gonna have to help me out.
Okay. Oh yeah, Foreign, aren't you doing the second half of the casting after me and Frosty are done? Pretty sure you are. I saw you on the list with you and Pache. Yeah, you are. And Nice job, can of what was? Isn't that Havoc? I feel like that's Havoc. I
think that's Havoc.
Hello, Havoc.
Hello.
I was like, isn't that Havoc? I was like having deja vu because I know I've seen that before.
Yeah, the stream today on Dapple is an interactive experience. We prefer to include people where we can.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I think my end of the stream might. I think my end of the stream might be breaking. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I think we're fine. No, my Discord's broken. We are. I'll be right back.
Okay. I guess it's just me in here now. So who's going to Low Tide City? I know I am going to Low Tide. I don't know why that just popped into my head. I'm gonna be playing with Persistence. They were really fun last time. We didn't make top 12, but honestly that was probably my bad since back a year ago I literally had no idea what the hell I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea. I was a comp baby. But now I'm like around Div 2. I'm on Ouroboros. We've had some notable set wins. We haven't played any tournaments recently. Like we have not played one fresh season yet. But that's mainly because we've been trying to get a fourth. We've been doing tryouts and stuff. So we'll be trying out somebody tonight from Opium. They disbanded, but we'll be trying them out. Yo, Connection to the host has been lost. That's crazy. But we're gonna be doing that. I hope we do more tournaments. I especially want to do them since NZAP 89 and Try New VO have been really fun to play. And T-Tech I've been trying to do too. Because I made a bet with myself when I saw the 89 kit and people were comparing it to Tri-Strike. I said, okay, I'll make this bet. If Tri-Strike diffs Super Chump, I'll pick up T-Tech and still play 89, but definitely play more Tech. And if Super Chump diffed Tri-Strike, I would just solo 89. But honestly, I feel like they both have their really good strengths and their weaknesses to where I could just make it work with both. In some situations, I might play 89. In some situations, I'll play the T-Twerk.
Dude, Chumps is such a fun special. You like, and my favorite part about Chumps is the way you can just like fight with it. Like you don't have to like just pop it and then hope the special does something. You can like actually go and use it as active cover.
Yeah.
So it rewards better aggressive play, and that's what I like about the special a lot, especially at levels of higher play. At lower play, I think Chumps is a bit underrated because again, it's like you have to address it, otherwise you could just kind of fight behind it. But Strike gets more done because it's just a giant wall of immediate pressure and smokescreen.
Yeah, it's really useful. Like you can use it and fire your chumps at wherever your front lines are fighting. Maybe they're fighting somebody or they're about to go in for a fight. I usually just try to use my chumps to push it, like put them on there and then just try to push with them. They have to go through, like if they want to go through the chumps to get to you, they have to go through a 60 HP, which you think, oh, that's not a lot. They can shred through it easy, but that's hit points that they have to go through that you don't.
It's like ink armor, but not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking with you before about how like the first 6 months of comp I just didn't really know what to do because I play Zap, tactical looks really good at the start, but then we were like, no, this is not. And
No,
so
it bummed me out too because I was so ready for that to be like the special, you know.
Same here. And while like I have taken down some good teams with 85 with that tacticooler, like I took down Prelude. Who else did I take down? There was I did play against Movie. We 2-3'd them, but so close. But it's fine. But yeah, fresh season just gave me so many more options. Another NZAP with a better special. A new tactical weapon that plays really well with the special. We're seeing it at like top levels of gameplay too. I think it's really fun.
Top level's so strange. They just play a completely different game than us. And I mean, like, it's different to the sense where, like, if you watch it, you won't like. You have to like actively be interested in Splatoon to understand why it's cool. Because if you're not like into the game, you'll just see it and you'll be like, oh, there's only 1-2 weapons. But like I watch it, I'm like, wow, there's so many like micro level plays going on here that would not happen if these weapons were not the most diverse instant acting toolkits in the game that just let you cover every situation. It's genuinely a lot of fun to watch. You just kind of need a new set of glasses, you know?
Yeah, it's honestly really fun. I
don't get the crab tank hate. I mean, I do. Trust me, I play this game. I do, but I don't get hating on it whenever it's so cool to see it upper levels of play.
Yeah, I never really had a big problem with crab tank either. I guess the thing that the gripe that I have with the meta is not, oh, crab tank is meta, but like multiple of them are meta.
I'm fine with that, honestly. My gripe with crab tank was always been I play Exploshers, so they press the R button and I'm like, oh, I'm just not allowed to exist for 4 seconds. Because my weapon got strapped to a Hydra Splatling with 500 HP. In all fairness though, I really don't mind it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Boyne. That's the main reason why I don't like it, because of just the lack of diversity. Like sometimes, like when I'm watching a stream, it's just like, oh hey, triple crab machine or double splash level machine. If I don't know the players and I see that, I'm just gonna be like, cool, and I just turn off the stream for a little bit, because it's just like, I don't know who these guys are, and on top of that, they're just playing standard comp. So
I personally like watching standard comps because I'm always looking for holes. I'm always like, what are they doing that I could be taking advantage of, you know? It's always good to get intel, because if you notice small mistakes, like it starts to build up over time. But I get not liking to watch that. Everyone wants to watch Tetra Brush plus some other 2 crazy mid-range weapons, and 4 players walk into each other and everyone explodes.
I don't know about you, chat, but I want to watch Quad Undercover.
Quad Undercover. You know, we had a meta where we saw Undercover, and no one liked watching it. I don't know if you remember, but there was
I played it.
There was this funny weapon called Kenza Undercover that had this funny little thing called Torpedo, and everyone hated it. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was my favorite weapon in the game. I wish it would come back. They should give Undercover Torpedo again. That would be fun. Except they should give it to the Sorella this time, so that way it can also have a special that keeps it alive.
Yeah, I hope they give it a kit. Like, it seems that a lot of the kits that we've had in Splatoon 3, we've had some like brand new ones, but most of them seem to be using like examples from like S2 or S1 kits, and for some of them that's pretty good and give them a really solid kit, like T-Tech or like the Zeko Fin. But other ones just hurt because of it, because like the Vunder, it just hurts because it just has a replicating kit.
The Squiffer. That weapon deserves so much better. It is stuck with point sensor for 3 games.
I know. And it sucks because it's like, if you have a weapon that you really love playing that main weapon, and like there's a new update that's coming out, and it's like it doesn't have either your like main weapon or something that can play really similar, then it's like, oh man, time to wait 3 more months.
I'm gonna wait 3 more months. The update cycle is vicious. However, I have this sneaking fear in my soul, and if you guys want to hear it, so unfortunately, if I'm right, 3 months from now, we're all gonna look at the clip of the stream and we're gonna be like, why did you speak? You shouldn't have given them ideas. No. So I looked back at the kit from Splatoon 2, right? The kits from Splatoon 2.
Mm-hmm.
Vanilla Undercover had Splashdown and Ink Mine. Reef Slider is like a mobile Splashdown. It still has Ink Mine, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, like even the beta screen for Reef Slider is just a sideways splashdown.
Yeah. So, what is a sideways baller?
Oh no.
You see it. Now you see it, and now you don't want to see it anymore.
What are you suggesting with ball?
You know
what are
what
you
I'm
suggesting?
What is a sideways baller? What's a baller that moves sideways and kills things?
I know which special you're suggesting, but what are you suggesting it on?
Sorella Undercover.
Oh no.
Can you imagine? It gets splat bombed. Not only does it keep itself alive, but it turns into a giant, invincible, moving ball of death. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I can't speak its name. If I speak its name 3 times, it might appear in my mirror or something. So.
Oh, that'd be evil. I feel like Kraken is a really.
Don't say
no,
it again.
Okay.
You said it twice. You said it twice. Don't say it again.
Splatoon 1 is a really good special.
True.
Right now.
True. You're wise.
But I feel like if it gets on like a main weapon, it's kind of like the Splatoon 2 special in a sort of sense. If it gets on a certain weapon, we're doomed.
Oh yeah, no. Can you imagine a weapon that's good at trading itself to keep itself alive, and then it also has a special that happens to let it keep itself alive even longer? And then not only does it do that, but it happens to take space and kill people very well. Time is a flat circle, everyone. When it happens, you can all blame me at Frozen SBPC. Make sure to tag me in the post of your complaints. I will not be taking them.
Or you can tag me for this one. What if they put this the Splatoon 1 special on a weapon that can just be like, all right, I'm about to spam this for 5 minutes.
Which weapon are you talking about?
I'm talking about my weapon. I want the niche back from S1.
Oh my god. That's not going to be a niche. I hope you realize that.
I know.
If that happens in this game, that's not going to be a niche. The only reason it was niche in Splatoon 1 is because there were 14 other weapons that had it and were really, really good.
Yeah. I feel you there, but here it's just gonna be like so much more since the only 2 weapons we have it on is Splat Roller and 96. 96 is definitely the better option, but there's definitely some problems with like the main weapon that people have gripes with.
Yeah, and it's definitely something. I'll say that much.
Mm.
Honestly, I want more stuff like the museum rail jump to come back.
Oh yeah.
It was a lot of fun because you had I hope people got to see it before it got removed because it is gone now. They did take it out of the game. But when you were pushing on museum tower control, there was this right side that was typically not very useful, but there was this rail that you could jump onto and then jump into the opponent's spawn. And you could just hold space for forever. And it made it so useful for just like if you had like a 52 or like now if you had 96, you could go up there and you could just hold their spawn. They would have to address you and you would get rid of the flank route, but you'd also give them more resource to the left side because you're investing on the right side, which means it would close the game if you were the attacker, but if you were the defender, you could use that as a chance to like open the side if you got a good pick, because then they invested resources that you could take advantage of to position elsewhere.
Yeah. Of course, it makes sense why they removed it.
Yeah, because spawn camping is apparently bad.
Yeah, but
I personally think it's good for the game. But I also think the map should be better designed to where we have ways out. Just food for thought.
Yeah, they need to do better on the maps. Like the maps we just got for Fresh Season. Umami is It's not that good, in my opinion.
Yeah. Umami is a map that exists in the game.
Yeah, it definitely is a number on there.
It's content. At least they're giving us content. Because like I would rather, if we're gonna have this drip feed content cycle, I would at least they give us their attempt and they could listen to feedback from players. They'd be like, hey, it feels like there's nowhere to go on this map. And instead of giving us a Tetramino, they give us like 3 Tetraminos put on top of each other.
Yeah, but it feels like with the maps we've been getting for these updates, it's just like, okay, here's one we're not really sure what we're doing with. It's a brand new one, and here's a map from an old game, but it's actually pretty good.
I actually really like Manta. I really like Manta. I don't think Manta is. I think Manta Zones is a lot less fun in this game, but that's because you don't have ink armor to like brute force checkpoints, and it does make the layout of that map a lot different in terms of zones. But that might also just be a comfort issue, because when you played that map in Splatoon 2, you just armored, and then we have a push now. But like in this game, you have to like be a lot more careful with how you're advancing.
Yeah, and like on Tower Rain, I know that block got removed, so you can't like. Usually in S2, I'd be on the tower. I'd be like, okay, somebody go on that flank route on left because of the block there, and just try to push that up. But now you can't really do that with tower. You just have to wait on the tower to try to get that. In a Rainmaker, you just can't.
Yeah. I do not like the addition of one-way drops. I understand what Nintendo's trying to do, which is that they're trying to like make it easier if you're the defender to like come into that area and then have the height advantage, but that's not how that works at a competitive level, because now they're just going to camp a drop and they're going to have a burst bomb, and then you have to like kind of shoot and guess, and they can shoot up at you while also being able to move around because they have, you know, the entire mid to move around. And eventually either you drop and get bombed on the way down, because when you're in the air you don't have a lot of movement options, or you get the kill and then you get to move down safely.
Yeah, so like that's what killed Eeltail. That's what pretty much killed that map for good.
I don't like Eeltail. I hate Eeltail.
I hated Eeltail before, but like the nail in the coffin for that map was just okay. Now the ramp we had, where if you're getting pushed back, you can go back to your spawn. Yeah, that's removed. It's a one-way drop now. I do not know what they were thinking.
It makes the spawn camping issue worse. Like, you can see the vision, but the vision is wrong.
Yeah.
But we should be getting our next match soon for round 3, so do we have the stage list for next set of Tableturf matches, or?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have the map list here. We're going to be starting out on Double Gemini, which is like yeah, you can see it right there. That's what Double Gemini looks like.
Really cramped center, and if you have any examples to take from how we were playing earlier in the day, taking really fast control of that center is the strategy. You know, it's what everyone's doing, and it's really easy to get to on this stage. Not only that, but it's a closed lane. I think we might see the Dynamo Roller just try and like cover the whole square, but we'll see what we're doing whenever the players ready up for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like with Manta Maria too, that's like, I wonder why Clamblitz is probably one of probably the best Manta Maria mode, and why Clamblitz Manta is probably one of the best map modes currently in the game. It's because it has the funny block. It has no one-way drops.
Honestly, what's chat's opinion? What is the best map in the game, map mode in the game? And just, I'm not, if you don't mind reading off what people think, that'd be great. But
yeah, I'll read off.
Yeah, just drop in chat.
Hacklefish all modes? Hacklefish all modes.
No.
Yeah,
no.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that. I understand the take. It's a respect. You're in like good territory. That's a good take. I just don't agree.
Yeah, for me, I really liked the map at the beginning. I thought it was pretty good, but the more I went on it, it's like, okay, this feels like a very stally map. And it feels like, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. The best mode on that is probably Tower, and even then, it's only like a B tier for me.
Yeah, Tower's actually really good. I really enjoy Tower. Tower Hagglefish is arguably one of my favorite map modes in the game. My only issue with Hagglefish is the line. Have I ever told you about that? I know I've told a lot of people about that, but it's like my theory on how to like always win Hagglefish zones.
Like, what is the line?
So if you pull up a map of Hagglefish right now, you know where the zone ends?
Yeah.
That is the line. That area where you go out into like where the tent is, where the tent player can see you and you're just out in open cover and they can come from the flanks and everything, that is the line. If you never cross that line and you're a comp with better paint than the opponent or equal paint, you can just throw burst bombs forever because they have no cover, you have no cover, and if they go to the high ground, they're exposing themselves because there's no cover up there, so you can just throw burst bombs and bombs up there. And you never have to leave that line. But the second you cross that line, you have no natural cover and you can't back up because there's a small ball there. So you just die.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that is fair. But we are getting into our match now.
Yeah, we're getting into our match now. So soon we're going to be seeing what it looks like to play on Double Gemini. Dr. Potat versus OliverNEW. Both of these players have come a pretty good way. I actually saw Dr. Potat on the stream last Duel Off. I don't know if I remember this right, but I know I have seen the name Dr. Potat before. But otherwise, I don't really know what to expect. Just more Marigold, more Dynamo Roller, more taking the center, build specials. You know, looking at these starting hands coming out, I think, yeah, we got two big cards here. First use of the Captain card, the Captain 3 card.
And we're also seeing the Fry card coming out from Oliver at the beginning too. That's what could be opting to go for. That might be really good, as that Fry card is just going to get him immediately in mid.
But the placement of that Captain card was also really nice, because now look, they got over to the side. They managed to avoid clashing with the Fry card in the center, which means they're not going to lose out on any space because of that.
And that is really good here. We're going to be seeing Lil Judd. They're trying to figure out where that Lil Judd is going to go, but of course the Hydra is going to be coming out from Dr. Potat, as they're just waiting for Oliver to make their move, as they got to be really sure on what strategy. They got in mid, but now it's like, do I want to go
Two
in theirs?
Yeah, two cards clash. That Mudmouth managed to take a lot of space back from it. Lil Judd might be the play here now that you got that special point on your side. Oliver taking that small advantage to start, but this game can still go either way. Just depends on what the players want to do with the sides. Now that both sides are open, they both have a route into each other's side area. You know, mid is just completely contested and done and over with.
As we see here, the new Z+F charger opting to make sure that Oliver can't really get much, but Oliver is just honestly opting to get more space in their side rather than pushing into theirs. As we see, they might be going for a Dynamo Roller play here, as we see Dr. Potato going to be going for the Splat Dualies to try to get more space. And ooh, a little bit in, but not enough in order to take some space, and they're blocked off by that Dynamo.
And it does manage to cut off the players here, which is the important part. You know, this little cutoff, now they both kind of have the room to play with. I think, yeah, Oliver has more room to play with, but the Dynamo Roller did its job. It cut off Dr. Potato's real room here, and now you can see him using the Splatana Wiper, trying to do the same thing, make sure OliverNEW doesn't bust into his base, all secret agent style. And now we have kind of a bit of a stalemate. So we have 7 turns, and we're going to see what each player wants to do in terms of these next few turns. I think it just comes down to building special at this point, each player getting a point of their own, Oliver having a small advantage. So they'll definitely, that small advantage is definitely going to make a difference. So.
And as we see here, we are seeing the Small Fry opting to come out from Dr. Potato, but we see Oliver actually trying to see if they can do anything with the Zimmy here. seeing if they can put it anywhere, but they're not really trying. They're not really finding best possible space, and they're not really sure what to do.
Oh, I just noticed something. Oh, that's big. Hey, look at the screen. Don't say it out loud because there's 5 seconds left on timer clock, and I don't want him to like see it, like change his move if he's stream watching. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, that's break. That's the breakthrough. That's the breakthrough he wanted. Look at that small fly breaking through. He's actually getting into the opponent's center. Those big cards don't have enough space to be played. Oliver might be in trouble, but he has those 4 special points, which means he's still safe. He's still safe. He's still got plenty of room to play the game. This Tender Tech splatter shot coming out and right over immediate shutdown. Good play from Oliver, making sure he didn't get his base busted into. Still has plenty of room to play that Inkjet. He's got that Chum on board as well, and now we have Dr. Potato with his cards, and he has to play on his side of the board. He just has to make use of what little room he has to keep the game as even as he can.
Yeah, as we see here, we are seeing the Chum opting to come out from Oliver here. They have 4 special points, but they're just not sure what to do because they're both tied right now at 57, and with 4 turns left, they have to consider both of their plays very optimal here. The Rapid going to be able to get another special point for Dr. Potato, as we are seeing the Nautilus come out. Oh, they might be getting a good amount of special points with that Nautilus.
That's a good play. That's a very good play. He gets 2. He already locked that in, so he's going to get 2 special points for this play. You're going to see in a little bit. There's only one. There, 2x2 is the only other card that. Oh, he doesn't see it. No.
Yeah, I saw it too.
He could have played for the special points tie. Dr. Potato could have played in that 2x2 slot for the extra special points, but he doesn't go for that. Instead, Oliver gets a big special advantage, as you're now going to see these last 2 turns be kind of a scary situation if you're Dr. Potato, since you only have 3 points when you could have had 4.
Yeah, and the only special they got is Sky Strike.
It's an unfortunate play. I actually don't think they can. I don't think there's enough room with the special breakthrough, especially now that he just chose to pass. Which, yeah, no, that's a wasted turn. And now, with all that extra space that Oliver has, he kind of just gets to win the game here.
Yeah, no, I don't. Maybe they'll come back from this, but
no. Both players are gonna pop special here, and then. You got like what 12 and 12, both lost like 8 squares apiece, so the game stays about the same. 73-81, game 1 going to OliverNEW.
Maybe if Dr. Potato went in the same spot, but that's really hard to predict.
Yeah, you would have had to like call it from a mile away to get that kind of play. The unfortunate part is that like Dr. Potato found a breakthrough with that small fry, and it just wasn't what he needed, because he needed to also get the special points to take over the center. But we're going to go to Thunder Point now. We've seen this map show up before, a little less cramped than Double Gemini, but the last time we saw this map, it was both players trying to break into the opposite sides of the spawn section.
Now we are seeing they're opting to see which cards they want to go for. We're seeing a redraw from both sides here, as we are now getting started immediately with the Flutter coming out from Oliver. And on the other side, we got the Hydra Splatling might be played, but they're still considering if they want to really use this Hydra here.
Yeah, a little bit of waiting on the turn timer. You got these 12 turns, you just got to make the most out of them. I think we've seen Flutter come out usually on this map, and it's a great card to get to the center. You know, we've actually seen this exact position before. Both players making it out to the center. Now it's just which way do they want to go about taking space? Do they want to try and stop their opponent from breaking further out into the center, or do they want to go the long way and try and break into the opponent's space themselves?
Yeah, that's what they have to consider here, and we're seeing the Hydra Splatling now being played from Dr. Potato here, but the Dynamo Roller coming out.
They actually got it.
That is a complete wall. This is not what Dr. Potato is in a really bad spot now, because that whole area is blocked. They have no way of getting in.
Unless they have specials.
Yeah.
They can build specials. That is an option. However, if you're looking at yourself and you're going, okay, I need specials here, chances are you know, you might be in a little bit of trouble.
As we see Mudmouth versus Splattershot here, we're seeing more special points for Dr. Potato. They are just trying to build special to just break that wall right now. But Oliver has got to consider specials too, or just trying to get as much space as possible here. Seeing Squid Force coming out, maybe not Squid Force. They're really opting to see what they really want to do here. As we're seeing maybe a suction bomb coming out from Oliver. They might want to play that.
Right, and you know, this is one of those situations where now if you're Oliver, you have a bit of ground to stand on, so you want to take your time and kind of armor yourself, you know, because how special blocks work is that you cannot actually place a you can't place a special block over another special block. Meaning that if he's you see he's scattering these little special pieces around, it's making it harder for when that special placement comes, he's not going to be able to get as much room, which is so fortifying yourself for that attack that's going to come is going to make a huge difference. And on the side of Dr. Potato, you can see that he's starting to set himself up pretty nicely.
Yeah, and Oliver is not sure what to do. Going to use a little Judd in the corner to just get a free special here. As it's 56 to 55 right now. It's still anybody's game as the Nautilus might be coming out here against that Steelio. There's the Nautilus going to be placed more in that corner right above that little Judd there. As Dr. Potato is just trying to figure out what they want to go for, what they want to do. But, they're going for the double special here.
Yeah, 2 big special points there. They got 4 points on board now, and it's just kind of up to these last 5 turns to see if he can get an attack going.
We got the ballpoint Splatling going to be coming out versus the Steel Eel, and another special point for Dr. Potato. This is Dr. Potato's game with 5 special points on the board. They might be doing pretty well here, and with the Splatana Wiper might be coming out too. But a Fizzy Bomb.
Yeah, no,
Oliver's going to get.
You see it. Yeah. So yeah, special points are about to even up, especially with what the moves we're seeing here. Dr. Potato is kind of taking his time figuring out what move he wants to make, but OliverNEW already has his move locked in. Can't reveal it just yet, just in case something happens. Yeah, Dr. Potato's taking his time. He's got 10 seconds on the clock. He's got to make a move fast. But
5 seconds. They gotta place the wiper.
He didn't find it, so he's forced to pass. That's so unfortunate. He was gonna captain through the center to try and stop the Fizzy Bomb play, but he did not make the move in time, so he just had to force pass on a turn. So unfortunate too. Since now captain, I don't think the captain card can fit through the center.
I mean, the captain card doesn't even exist anymore. They're gonna have to use that Dynamo.
Oh, did it get passed?
Yeah, they passed the captain.
Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. That's unfortunate. Hey, that's why time management's important, y'all. Hey, we gotta watch the clock. Make sure you know what lock your move in before it's too late. That's so unfortunate. Bolt specials coming out here as now you can see E-Leader pushing out, but the Inkjet also going to counter it. But that's a breakthrough on the side of Dr. Potato. He might have found his way in. Maybe not all is lost.
Yeah, and Dynamo Roller is able to get there really perfect without even using a special. That's going to be so much space. And with a small fry just coming out. But that's special points for Oliver. This last turn is going to be so crucial.
So...
it's Jover. The Tacticooler.
Did you say it's Jover?
I said it's Jover.
It's Jover. The Tacticooler.
The Tacticooler sweep.
Tacticooler has position here. It might actually be enough. I'm literally counting squares in my head. I can tell you who's won. Yeah, no. Yeah. Oh, wait, maybe? Okay, yeah, no, I was right. Okay, so it's going to be a good game. 97, maybe 93. 89. Wait, where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Oh, wait, because the special went over the blues. I was just counting from the blue. Ignore that. But yeah, small lead go to Oliver. I knew Oliver won. I just trying to figure out the exact number. 89 to 85. It's going to be a 2-0 in OliverNEW's favor as he does clean up this set.
at the end, it was so crucial for which one it had to be played. Like, they had to get more points because it was 85 to 85 with 1 turn remaining. It was just tactical or diff Splatana Wiper, and in the end, that's going to be the one to take the win. You know, I wish that was the case for regular Splatoon. I would really love that.
Would be a much interesting game. Look, all I'm saying is that come Splatoon 3's next update, we need that rocket mode that was scrapped from the files, right?
Oh, yeah.
But like each side needs to have like minions walk towards the rocket, and it's like whoever's minions fills up the rocket better. Like if you kill someone, a minion spawns, and you have to like watch it walk to the rocket.
A minion spawn.
Like you know what I'm saying, right? Like
yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just funny.
have it be like a robot little Judd, and have it like walk to the rocket, and if like 6 little Judds make it in the rocket, and each time someone dies, a little Judd spawns. You can't break the little Judds. You can only counter each other by getting more kills. It's like team deathmatch, but you have to like have little Judd walking on the screen, so it's better by default.
Oh, so you can't even break the little Judds to try to stop them. It's just like, oh man.
I mean, maybe have them breakable, but have it be like 300 HP. Like, don't make it like so easy that a 96 can turn around, shoot them twice, and then go on about his day. Like, make it like take time. I haven't fully designed out the mode in my head. I just want to watch little Judd walk on my screen. I need more little Judd in my life. I think everyone does, honestly.
Yeah. I definitely feel like they need to be breakable though, because if you just only get more little Judds by getting like picks, and then you just need 6 to fill up the rocket, then that'll be a pretty quick mode.
Right. Yeah. No, I was throwing numbers out there, but you're right. I would like to see something like that though. I want the rocket mode back. It'd be fun.
Oh no, but that would just be more Splatoon 1 cheese. You could just Splatoon 1 all over the little Judd, and they can't do anything.
I guess you're right.
That's so wrong. You can Splatoon 1 all over the
little Judd. Yeah, maybe you might want to rethink your sentence there. Because I was just like thinking about it in the logistical sense of you would just shoot the small. I'm not going to finish that sentence actually. My lawyer has advised we stop this conversation.
Oh my god.
Hold up, I'm on my way.
Oh, we're now going into a best of 5 this round with counter picks. Ooh.
There's counter picks on Tableturf?
I guess so.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
now,
this game.
Yeah, what are we in now? We're in winter semifinals.
Yeah, this will surely be interesting. Wait, we're in winners finals? Are we just going to commentate the whole semis?
No.
Oh, I thought we were going to commentate the whole tournament. I was like, oh. Because I thought you said there was someone switching off soon. I don't mind.
Yeah, no,
I'm
they're
down to
switching
chill
off
the
on like
whole
40. Yeah. All right. Well, now they're getting straight into it. They're getting straight into the match. It is starting here. Pika Pika versus GrubDarling. Pika Pika has a lot of badges for Tableturf. They have like the gold free cards.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and straight into the center. You know, this we've seen this map playing good. Main street, just farm down the center. You know, straight line.
Just a straight line here, and you see Pika Pika not really sure what they want to do, trying to think about it really strategically. They're not really moving either, and I would like to note they have cool little Marie covers for their cards. I'm pretty sure that's like a very high reward, which shows that they just have a lot of time in Tableturf.
I didn't even notice the card covers. I actually forgot that was an unlockable mechanic. I just thought those were like randomly generated.
I forgot too. I just know the regular ones and the crusty Sean ones.
Right. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Okay. Anyone watching stream, I live a healthy lifestyle. I go out and do things, so the only times I open Splatoon 3 are to commentate with my friend here on the mic and to play 3-hour scrims where I get killed by a crab tank 7 times a game. So Truly, looking at the sport of the screen, you know, you saw the what card is that came out on the end of Pika Pika?
That was the captain.
The captain card, yeah, the captain card taking space. And looking at what these players' options are going to be, you can see that Splat Charger coming out from the end of Pika Pika, but Grub is taking the heavy Splatling as a more aggressive approach to try and take control of the center fast.
Yeah, they're going to be going for the heavy Splatling, and Pika Pika is really considering if they want to use the Splat Charger here. They do have 3 other options, but if they want to go straight into mid, Splat Charger might be the way, but they're just going to have to think about it. But they have 2 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to play this Splat Charger as they do, going straight through that heavy.
Right, immediate breakthrough too.
That is going to be really good for Pika Pika, as they have now just gotten into the enemy's defense. But as we see here, an Ink Brush is going to be going straight through Pika Pika, as you're going to be seeing in a little bit. This is going to be really insane here, as we're already seeing.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, no, wait, Pika Pika's going for the... Pika Pika's actually going to go for a similar play if you watch stream. This is just gonna be a really aggressive match altogether. Both these players just diving right into each other's base. There's no regard for the center of the stage whatsoever. They're both getting behind each other, but in the instance of GrubDarling, they're already behind Pika Pika, and you're gonna see this big harmony play come out here in a second on one end. But on the other end, you got this little Judd being played to continue that stretch behind Grub from the yellow side.
There goes the little Judd, and here comes the Ultra Hand going completely behind Pika Pika. Oh my.
I'm honestly curious to see like what the plan is in terms of specials, because like both of them have a lot of like reach into the opponent, but there's like 2 special points on screen total, and Pika Pika continues stretching into the back of GrubDarling's base. Grub went back to fortify a little bit, and now we're going to see the play routes go kind of on the flip side. So Pika Pika playing to that right side where that Splat Charger broke through earlier. The card gets set down while that ballpoint continues to play in the background of Pika's spawn point. This game is all over the place. There's just paint everywhere. Like there's not a single regard for where the other person's standing.
They are just both behind each other right now. It is honestly insane how they've gotten this far. It is just, there's so much. The only thing right now that can be played, if not for a special, but they're gonna go for the special. They're gonna go, what? They're gonna go for the special, but they're gonna get so many special points.
I see it. They're gonna get special points. Yeah, no, pop a special to gain a special.
That's
I
really
like
good.
that. That's creative use of resources from GrubDarling here. You'll see here in a second, while Pika Pika will be playing the Fizzy Bomb on the far end of the stage to get 2 special points. They actually only get 1 from this. I think they didn't consider that other square was being walled out, but now they got 3 special squares that they can utilize themselves. Immediate pass play from GrubDarling here. So Pika Pika has that suction bomb. It's the only tool in their toolkit that they can use.
Yeah, unless they want to use a special, which they probably do not want to use a special suction bomb here. They got to really consider what they want to do, because if not, GrubDarling is just going to be going further, because they have played a captain card. They had enough space apparently to play a captain card on my screen. So that is going to be really interesting to see. Oh, they have a pretty good spot for that suction bomb there. They can get 1 special point off that.
Yeah, gaining that special point might be worth it in order to ensure that they maintain their lead.
Oh, that was a pass for the captain. Oh no. But that's another special point.
Yeah, they passed the captain off because it was 17. They just don't have the special points to play it. That's not a terrible play, honestly. Just keep the board even. Splatoon Wiper coming out.
Ooh.
Yep. That might. GrubDarling's got 5 on their hands now. They might actually get to keep this lead. They've been playing it really intelligently.
Yeah, we might be seeing the special crab tank coming out here and using it pretty aggressively too. They're going to be taking a lot of points from Pika Pika, but Pika Pika is trying to see where they can put this angle shooter. and might be able to get some good stuff there, but there's just not much, especially with how low angle shooter is.
Yeah, they only had 2 special points to play, so they just gotta, they gotta find a spot where they can use it, take advantage of it. I think the last turn from Pika might be a pass because they don't have the cards on hand to play out the remainder of this deck.
Actually, what they can do with this is get that another special point, since they have 2 remaining from this, and then from there you maybe use the Ultra Stamp to try to get some last resort.
Yeah, there you go. That's smart play writing right there. And these cards come out, but that Crab Tank used really aggressively, as you said, take a lot of space from Pika just by existing. Hit the Crab Tank and take as much space as you can.
Oh, they're about to super chump it up.
We got specials flying out from actual specials. But the lead here is huge. I actually don't think that Pika has the spaces required to get a lead back here, considering that both players are going to be playing special out Super Chump 12 and 12 out on the other side. The game will be ending right here. And GrubDarling takes it. 94-81.
Yep, and that's going to be a counter pick for Pika. Pika going to be choosing what stage they want to go for here. I again, I didn't even know they do counter picks. That's honestly insane.
I've actually had a lot of fun watching this. This has been a blast.
Yeah, like,
this
is really fun.
It's a lot of depth, because like when you play this with friends and you don't know what's going on, you're just kind of setting stuff down, being funny, but you realize there is a lot of depth going on here, and that's what I really like about Tableturf. The depth is hidden, you have to like actually look into it. And again, it is a card game, so you would expect as much.
Yeah, like I told you before, but like when I was playing for the first time online, I played with Dan from Smoothie, because I'm pretty good friends with Smoothie, and especially Dan. We were like, oh, let's do Tableturf, and we're just like shouting at each other, oh, you're not gonna be able to handle this wiper, bro. This ink brush goes crazy. Just doing it, or just yelling at each. We're like, oh my god, that play was insane. Just talking about like attack.
So much fun. So much fun. It's funny because I think one of the coolest pieces of Tableturf information was Just Champ made a video on like how to be good at Tableturf, and like that's like one of the coolest videos about Tableturf out right now. Just Champ's video. So if you haven't seen that, take a look at that after the stream though, because we are getting onto lakefront property, square in the center of another square. 2 lanes here. This is the only 2-lane map that I can think of in the Tableturf index right now.
I guess with this one, what you want to go for instead of going for, mid, you got to go for your lanes. You got to block out your lanes and make sure the opponent is not going to get in your lanes. And we're already seeing the Cold-Blooded Bandit Shiver. That's a really long name. Already being used. Oh, always like it's like a little shark. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's got the shark for the boss fight. But yeah, no, we can see these plays, and both these guys just kind of reached out in the lanes. GrubDarling making an interesting play there to kind of take both sides and get themselves routes to go with, but they're going to fight right there in the center with GrubDarling blocking out a little bit of the route. The E-Leader coming out from the end of GrubDarling, and Pika now has the GrubDarling. And you notice they've kind of been picking the same lanes. Sometimes you get games where you pick the opposite lane, so you're both just going to keep extending onto that and go behind each other. But right now, they've both picked the same lanes each play. That GrubDarling's overriding the most of the E-Leader that play.
That was really good coming out from there here, as GrubDarling is trying to opt for what they can do. Might be going for that auto bomb, trying to see where they can place it, but they don't have enough an extension in that bottom left corner in order to just get an easy special point. They might have to opt to put it somewhere else, as the Zekofin charger is going to be put really deep in enemy terrain, or at least they're trying to, they're going to put it there right where the Autobomb is going to go, but that's going to completely get that special block out of rotation.
Yeah, no, that special block is out of the question now. So now you have to, if you're GrubDarling, you have to find somewhere else to build your resources. This on parry on hand might be the key to what they're looking for, but the Splat Charger coming out from Pika looks to extend on this massive terrain gain.
We're gonna have to see what they're gonna want to play for here, as they're putting it in a really pretty decent spot, Splat Charger, but they're just not sure if they want to keep that spot. As 5 seconds are left remaining, both of them have to make a play here. And oh, they have a little bit of leeway if they have like a specific card, which they do. They do have a curling bomb. If they do want to make more of an extension on that side, they can use that curling bomb.
Yeah, but the deal is now is that like you can't play that curling bomb without giving them a coin of special, and you know, Captain gets passed up here, not really much you can do. Pika retaining that lead a little bit with the additional extra points from that card right there, the Tri-Slosher coming out. The deal is though is that Splat Charger's placed in kind of an awkward spot where you couldn't get to that special, and that's why they were so hesitant about placing it there. It's like, do I really want to put this here? And it's going to work out for them because they get that extra terrain. Ballpoint Splatling now giving a special token to GrubDarling.
There's not much they can play. They might be going for the Rapid Blaster Deco here coming out from GrubDarling, trying to see if they can place in any good spots, but they're just not really finding anything. Meanwhile, Pika is trying to see if they can put the Splat Dualies in a pretty good spot here. They're both just trying to see what they can do, but actually instead the Splat Bomb might be coming out, and I do see they might be pretty solid angle, but instead they're going to go for that Rapid Deco, putting more space in one spot. But Pika has 4 special points right now, and they can use the new Neo Sploosh. They might be using it in a pretty good spot here, but we're going to see the Splat Bomb coming out in a really good spot. Going to be getting only one special point. They did not see that one block that was missing to give them 2.
Yeah, but that one special point's going to matter, and considering all things, because now they got 5 special points on deck, and I think in the last few turns of this game, holding on to the lead with an extra special point is usually just all you need, especially consider earlier I said that the Splat Charger's special block was a bit out of place, but now with 5 special points on deck, you have to consider that at any given point, Pika can just come from behind and play all of those special points into that little hidden block and get a lot of terrain back from GrubDarling.
And they might be going for a special here. Curling Bomb going to be used in a really good spot to give them another special point, and Ink Line is going to have to be passed up. This isn't looking good for GrubDarling.
Yeah, GrubDarling's going to have to use the special Crab Tank to see what they can do, but unfortunately, I don't think Pika realized this, but they're 1 down. They did 2 special points to gain 1. That's a 1 down.
Oh, yeah, true. That's not going to be good, but they can maybe use that Sploosh in a good spot, but no, that's not going to be anything here as they're going to pass on it. Crab Tank is going to come out, and lead has flipped in just the second to last turn, going back to GrubDarling, and now Pika has got to do something to turn this around. Meanwhile, GrubDarling is looking to chump it up once again.
Yeah, but no, here's the thing, you know, they gave Pika a special point, so they might have the resources they need to take over in this last bit. All going to come down to what card these people choose to play. I'm going to see sees the Takaroka probably going to be coming out here, 13 coins. That might be what they need. Also, the Tenna Missiles would be a good choice, but they got 1 turn left, so it just comes down to placement here. The Super Chump is locked in from GrubDarling. It's going to be taking some spaces from them, and here comes the Tenna Missile. Might be enough.
Who's gonna take it?
I didn't count. I don't know.
Oh wow!
Pika takes it. Wow. They didn't even need the 5th special point. Is the crazy part, because they used the 4th special card there. So like that extra point, like while it probably mattered in the grand scheme of things, they used that Tenna Missile placement so perfectly that it just took the rest of the game from them. You know.
Yeah, that was really good coming out from Pika at the end in order to secure that 1-1. And now it is up to GrubDarling in order to pick a solid counter pick here, as they're going to be deciding on.
They're going right into the game. They're not even
going straight into
they're not discussing it. We're on X marks the garden. But we're already in the game right now. Man, this is so fast-paced. Usually it takes a while to decide counter picks, but it's like, no, we're just going to pick the counter pick. We can just keep playing ball. E-Leader 4K Scope coming out here. Mudmouth coming out. We've seen this map before. We talked about how the sides were kind of important for taking up space and utilizing the space that you could obtain, but now we're going to see the Hype Manta Storm big man played towards the center, trying to gain some space over by the opponent's spawn, just as we saw last game, all about the way you can wall out the opponent. Interesting position. 28-28.
Pretty good here, as we're seeing GrubDarling trying to make more an extension into PikaPika's territory. PikaPika's going to use Shiver, and I guess the reason why it goes so fast is because compared to regular comp, it's a single player game basically. It's 1v1. You don't really need to think that much.
Yeah, or you're only thinking for yourself is the thing.
You're not really discussing with others.
Yeah, no, it's a strategy game, so all you do is, for the most part, you're really thinking. But we're gonna see that Shiver come out and take out a lot of space, giving them some extra room to play with. And I don't think they're gonna be able to fit this Harmony. But Takaroka card coming out, and now from the end of PikaPika Splat Charger. And you know why Shiver's good? You know why Shiver's one of the best cards that you can see played, especially in a game like this?
Why?
Because it's sideways Harmony. Alright, now as we see that Splat Charger taking 5 spaces per Pika, oh lord, that's actually a really good play, because where GrubDarling was looking for the defensive there, they're going back on the offensive now. Good turn there. They're playing in the same spots. It's just Pika's all over the place, making sure that GrubDarling can't gain any spaces. The reads here from both of these players really making use of every last tile on the board.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they can get as much as possible here. As we're seeing, the Steel Eel might be coming out from PikaPika. We are really seeing GrubDarling going to be going into one of the corners here with that Harmony. They're opting to use the Harmony here, but they might... Oh, they're not going to use the Steel Eel in the same spot. They're going to be using it more up top maybe, but they have only 9 seconds to truly decide what they want to do. And there we go. Both of them getting some more space in different territories. It's still anybody's game with GrubDarling only having 1 point of a lead, which isn't that much.
Yeah, no, both these players looking for key positions here, trying to establish control of specials, but also both players only have 1 special with 6 turns left on the board, so the time to build is just not there. You kind of just have to fly it by ear now.
Yeah, they got to really set something up, but there's just not much space to truly set anything up here. Okay. Inkline going to be able to make a really good break into enemy territory here, as they got just enough to make a little bit in. And so if they have anything, they can try to build something in there. But they're going to be opting to use... Oh, they're opting to use the Splat Bomb. Oh, you see something?
I see the line. There's a line of plays here. Do you see it? Do you see it now?
I see it.
After the Splat Bomb play, there's that's huge if they go with that. So what we're thinking is, this angle shooter is going to come out, good space to take, make sure you're establishing that side. But now GrubDarling's making a really good play here, is he has cards that'll really take use of these extra 2 special points that he got from the Splat Bomb, but he's going to have to pass on the next card in his inventory. Here comes the Fizzy Bomb, though. That's 3 special points, or 2 special points established for GrubDarling, as the 4th special point gets established since they wanted that too. And now they have 1 point special advantage going into the last 3 turns of this game.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what PikaPika wants to truly go for here, as they're just kind of deciding what they want to do. They have about 24 seconds remaining here. And they're opting to, they might pass on, they're going to pass on Captain, but so does GrubDarling with that Ink Crush, going to be passing too. But now we're going to be seeing the Crab Tank coming out from GrubDarling.
Here it comes.
Oh, what are they using? Oh,
special
Tri-Stringer?
But yeah, special Tri-Stringer is going to be nice, because they're going to get 11 spaces that just take this giant L shape, cut off terrain. But this Crab Tank coming out. So the way Crab Tank is made is that it's got a lot of open spaces, so you can just play it around your opponent's special squares and get a lot of space back from them, as we're about to see here. And it looks like they might just be going for the special Suction Bomb to help build more special.
They might be going for that play, but they ran out of time.
Oh no, and it passed their Ultra Stamp too, as the Crab Tank takes a lot of space, so that timer is actually going to end up probably costing them the game, as now there's just extra points that GrubDarling has to use, and he can establish more of a lead while Pika just does not have the coins to check up. Yeah, no, there's just, yeah, it's mathematically out because there's a super chump going out already locked in, so there's 12 points coming out regardless of where you play it, and this 11 space right here is just not going to be enough to catch up. However, really good play from both players. That timer control was unfortunately going to be the thing that cost them the game. GrubDarling taking that 2-1 lead going forward.
Yeah, and now it's left to Pika again to try to pick another counter pick here, trying to see what map they want to go for here. It seems GrubDarling's signature is using a special super chump at the end of the game. They just keep doing that.
Yeah, no, they know exactly how they want to chump it up, just get the tokens for themselves. All I'm saying is that timer control has been the big selling point for Pika, because Pika just has very good strategy. You see how they're taking control of the spaces, even going into squared. We're going to see that aggressive playstyle that we saw from the lake property map take a little bit of a front hold here. The deal is, are they going to be able to do it in time? They need to watch the timer.
Yeah, that's what they really need to do, which is what really bit Pika in the butt there last time. They just were not watching the clock. They have to watch the clock here and make sure they're getting out of that 40-second timer, or else they're kind of screwed, as they might be going... GrubDarling might be going for a captain as they are at the start. Same with that E-leader, both getting more into mid, but it's looking like that E-leader did a pretty good job at blocking captain a little bit, but not enough, as they're going to be going for an ink line brand here. We're going to be seeing the Splat Charger trying to block whatever they're going to do, but they just both just paralleled each other.
Yeah, no, you just watching these plays come out, there's not really a lot to say in terms of what this leads out to, but both players are going for these aggressive strategies, and Pika gets an early special point. We know how much these early spontaneous special points tend to count in the end game. You know, you think you just kind of, oh, okay, I get it, but now, oh, wow. Oh, wow. And that, you know, that was... I saw that on my screen at like the last second. I didn't think that was going to happen, but when I saw the cards lock in, I was like, oh no. Pika's got a huge special advantage now, and not even of their own volition. Those two cards clash together and give each other special points. But Pika's got a big advantage here they can play out of.
We might be seeing the ink brush coming out from GrubDarling here. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the new WayWayFN Charger come out too. And they both just paralleled each other, and they just gave GrubDarling another special point.
Yeah, big special point right here. And honestly, you know, I feel like I've seen both of these players make some real... Oh, wow. And he gets the full value from that card, and manages to cut off Pika in the process. Really, really good read on that play going forward. He's going to fall back now with this Harmony, just kind of looking to gain some extra points on his side of the board. And Pika looks to be like they're going to want to put out some of those special points early, gain some advantage back, breaking into the right side of this map. It's the left on my screen, but it's the right side of the map.
As we're seeing the heavy coming out from GrubDarling, trying to make more into that territory and block him out, but we see another special point going to Pika with that Octo Sniper.
Right, no, those extra points are surely counting up now. 88-64, this lead is going to be tough to break, and I don't think Pika has quite the resources to get an immediate break on that, considering they used those special points so early. That breakthrough is going to not get what they needed. Good on GrubDarling for shutting that down.
Good on them here, as we see they might be going for the curling bomb, or they're not sure really which one to go for, but they're going to be going for the special tri-slosher here. Going to be taking so much space, giving them another special point. They're just trying to stack as many special points as possible. Yeah, no, they're down two.
Yeah, they're down two. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And GrubDarling's got a comfy lead. They can sit on here. So that's going to be the unfortunate bit of this. And, you know, it was a good play. You know, they needed to get those extra points, trying to cover that space. But the unfortunate thing is that they didn't get a breakthrough, and they didn't get the value that tri-slosher was kind of needing to get. They did get the extra special point, but it's just kind of gained back from the resources you spend.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing passes from both sides. No Glugas and no Takaroka coming out here, as we're now down to 2 turns remaining. As we're going to be seeing the curling bomb coming out from Pika Pika, trying to see where they can go. And we're going to be seeing another pass coming out from GrubDarling, this time for the ballpoint Splatling.
Yeah, no, I think the odd part about this is that GrubDarling does have special points they can use here, but not really. Ooh, 3 special points. That could be it.
Ooh, we're seeing
they're
special
gonna,
coming out from both sides. Oh, we're seeing the signature super chump.
The signature chumps coming out from the end of GrubDarling, and now the tennis missiles coming out from Pika Pika. The play here, it's not enough. Yeah, no, it's already math, but that's. Wait, I didn't count squares. GrubDarling wins. Yeah, 94-71. Big lead there. Big game, 3-1 to GrubDarling. Brilliant plays from both sides, really. And you could watch how the two of them just kind of danced with each other on the sidelines, but in the end, GrubDarling just took advantage of taking the area holdings and got a really good set of strong reads to help solidify those leads. Like, once you had those leads in mind, it was really hard to do anything about them.
Yeah, with that, GrubDarling is now going to be moving on to be one of the 2 we're going to be specking here for winners finals, and they're going to be going up against DblCookies, who is the 3rd seed, and we haven't seen them yet, but they did beat out OliverNEW for this spot.
Yeah, so wait, it's winners finals, I think?
Yeah, we're going to be moving on to winners finals.
Finals. Yeah, so then we watch winners finals, losers finals, and then it's the end of the tournament.
Yeah, and then we do grands.
Grands, which I believe is best of 5.
Pretty sure. I'd imagine it is.
With how fast it is, I could see it being best of 7.
It is best of 5.
It is best of 5.
Yeah.
Thank you, unsung chat hero. But while we're waiting on the next match to happen, I guess we can kind of just chill out in here and talk about some more of the NM and SBPC podcast.
I guess that's what we're just titling this now.
Yeah, no, it's real. We're talking with chat. We're sitting about. We're waiting on these exciting Tableturf matches, but it's better than just listening to Splatoon music in the downtime to have something to talk about. So, any questions that chat may have for like interesting discussion points? Because I've exhausted all the funny meta points, including talking about Splatoon 1. I can't say it. We've already said it twice. If we say it a 3rd time, we're doomed.
Do you think they'll add a 2nd song to Tableturf?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope
I
so.
like the song they have, but it's just like, more variety.
More variety is always good. I love having extra stuff, even if it's not like the best. Like when I got wind of Neo Splash going to be pretty much T-Tech kit, I was a little upset at first because I was like, well, that's dumb because one's just going to completely outclass the other depending on the weapon. And then I thought, actually, from a casual perspective, this is fine because it's just more stuff. Like, you just have more options. And
yeah, that's true.
That's my thing, is that, like, I think if Nintendo keeps this, like, drip feed style of content, they need to, like, include stuff that is just a little more than what they're giving us, just for the casual aspect of having more things to do. We need League Mode back. I need League Mode back so desperately. Please give me League Mode back. I didn't realize how much I missed it until like the servers went down and I played League Mode in Splatoon 2 and I was like, this mode is literally perfect.
Yeah, I remember having fun with it and playing it with my old team back when I was on Cascade and S2. At some points, it was just basically random scrims that you would just have, because there'd be some comp teams going against some other comp teams because they're just trying to league up to practice before they do like a scrim or something. But in this game, you just don't have that. Like, there's open, which you can go up with, but that's just not the same.
It's not the same. Dude, I got more improvement from doing random duos with my friend. Like, I would play League duos with a friend of mine, and the two of us would just play 7 games, see what our power was, and go, oh, that's been a good run for today, or hey, we could have done a little better. And sometimes we would get like insanely high scores for what we thought was really high, like 2350, and we'd be like, okay, let's just go until we lose. We would get all the way to like 25-26. It was nuts.
Nice.
I like just having that aspect of the game though. It's just like the, hey, let's push ourselves. Let's have that number. Just let's see how high we can make that number go. There was no risk to it either. Like, it's not like X where you're like, it's entirely on you and you know, you're just playing with a friend to see how high you can get the number to go.
Yeah, that's what's really fun about it, honestly. I wish they would bring that back. Well, we know that it's going to be brought back. It's just like, we just don't know when. That's the problem.
If they bring it back at all, it might honestly just be in the files as a placeholder. They might have had it in development. Like, I don't want to scare you, but they might have just had it in development and then scrapped it. Like, they just decided they're not going to bring it back.
Man, that really sucks, especially because they said they would, but now, like, if they don't, that really sucks.
Wait, oh yeah, if they said they would, that's probably coming back. I'm just saying, if
Yeah.
that's like that is a possibility that they could have just scrapped it.
Because, like, it was announced the same time that they announced X rank would be brought back.
Oh, true. You're right. Never mind. If it's an announcement, it's definitely coming back.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just taking forever.
I really hope they don't X-rankify it, though. I don't want it to have the 3 wins, 3 losses system. I want it to have the old system where you played 7 games and then you got to watch the number go up in between games. I don't know why. It doesn't make a huge difference either way, but I just want it the old way because it would make a difference from X rank. And I think the 3 wins, 3 losses system is like really weird. Not because, like, in a solo environment, it's great because it brings a lot of, like, I guess, a bit of like a trampoline where it's like if you fall, you do have the opportunity to bounce back before you lose a ton of points, which is nice for X rank. But in League, I just want the full force brunt of it. I just want to lose 54 points and then play like 6 really fast games of Rainmaker to win those back.
Yeah.
It's got a different energy behind it, and I think that would be nice for casuals too, because they have like, oh man, I want to push my skills to the limit, so I play X, and then they go, well, I want to see how good me and my friend can do in a 2-hour rotation. Oh yeah, that too, because having a series unfinished by the rotation timer is like the worst feeling on the planet.
I know, like, sometimes it'll be like in the previous, I haven't really touched X rank this season, but like in the previous one, I'd be like, okay, I want to play this looks like a really good rotation, and I try to start it, but then it's like, oh man, you know, I'm at like 2 wins and I'm about to get my 3rd one, and it's just like, oh nope.
And we are starting. So, yeah, I was aware. We are starting GrubDarling versus DblCookies. You know, we saw GrubDarling win with those, with that signature style, with the, super chumps at the end of the table, that Dynamo Roller coming out immediately. Now, that's interesting placement for the Dynamo Roller from DblCookies because it's going to immediately block off that spawn area, but GrubDarling has more, immediate area to take over.
They just have more of an immediate area that they could just take over here, as we are just starting to see more come out here. And as I put my switch on the charger here, we are starting to see some more stuff come out. Seeing the ballpoint come out along with the heavy, and this might be a good setup for GrubDarling if they have something else at play here. If they could just like put like a splat bomb or something, they just got a perfect setup from what Cookies just did.
Right. You know, usually getting a special block placed over like that is not the greatest thing. With a power clam coming out, taking a little bit of squares on the right side of the board, but now the on parry coming out. GrubDarling has so much space, and they're just using the most of it. This auto bomb coming out on the same spot. Both players going to get a special from that.
That was really good coming out from both of them. They basically just helped each other out there. But now we're seeing they're trying to figure out where they want to place things. Takaroka and Slosher coming out, and Slosher is going to be able to get that special from that Takaroka.
Yep, and you know those double, yeah, they're kind of just shaking hands on it right now. It's like, hey, special block, shake hands, move on. But the thing is, DblCookies is in a bit of a troubling spot because they don't really got a lot to break through into that side that GrubDarling has a lot of control over, and you can see the lead starting to stack up against DblCookies here.
It's really stacking up against them, but we see GrubDarling, they're going to be going for that rapid deco play, and now Cookies is trying to maybe the new try would be able to do well here. They might be able to get in that corner, and they do, getting some special points off that. Both of them getting the special points that they want here. And now we're going to be seeing the auto bomb come out from GrubDarling to be placed in that little corner there, and so is that little Chud. They're both just building special points, but GrubDarling does have one more at play. But we see, ooh, they have the splat bomb. Do they have any good spots where they could place those? But instead, they're going to go for that heavy just to get some more space.
Right, and heavy splatling coming out here. Like I said, getting some more space. GrubDarling has 6 special points, and that's going to be a big keystone to enabling a lot of what's about to happen. DblCookies has 4 special points as well. You know, they've both been doing a good job about managing their special points and how fast they created them. Going to get 2 points right here from DblCookies, 6 points on both sides. And now comes the mind game of who's going to do it first. Who's going to press the big button first, and I think it's going to end up being GrubDarling. I think they're going to go right away for it, but also DblCookies might be countering with a special of their own. As you can see on the screen here, both people saying, okay, I'll press the big button, thinking that they get the upper hand here, but all depends on where these specials come out. The space is being held. Hero Shot takes the center completely while also generating special points back, meaning that they both break even on these special points. Small lead coming to the favor of GrubDarling, but I think they're going to be going for the signature play, the Super Chumps.
They're going to be going for their signature Super Chump, which hopefully can get them the win here because it's 86 to 87. It's pretty even. Whoever has the better play is going to be able to take this, as we're going to be seeing Ultra Stamp versus Super Chump. And we're going to be seeing who's going to take this win
Stamp
here.
took more squares. The Stamp took more squares.
No.
Yeah, no, DblCookies gets this.
Oh, by one!
I counted it too. I was like, oh no. And you know, you see the stats there. The 8 special points.
That is so many special points coming out.
6 points from GrubDarling. Yeah, no, it's like the specials are a huge part of this, and we're going to be going back to lakefront property. GrubDarling wanting to push their luck with the stage. You know, they actually lost on the stage last round, but I think they have a better strategy going in. They're just going back for the comfort pick. Hopefully we don't see any timer control issues here in Winners Finals. Very close game 1, however, so we're getting right into game 2.
Yeah, we're going to be getting immediately in the game 2 here, seeing what they're going to want to go for. We're going to be seeing a little bit of the redraw come out from Cookies here, as they might be going for that E-leader. They're going to be going for that. Same with that Captain. Captain was really good there, just getting good space on both of the sides here. But we're going to be seeing the new Shelly and Donnie. That's a pretty cool card design there, especially with those squares too. That's a really good diagonal one, as it's going to be getting some pretty good space on GrubDarling's side here, as they might be using a Cuttlefish in order to finish it off, but so is GrubDarling going to be using an end parry to get into the enemy side too. They're just kind of doing like clockwork. They're just rotating around each other.
Yeah, no, this is the other thing I was talking about, because last time we saw this map, you know, they were both all over each other and both kind of playing for the same squares. This is usually how this map turns out. You got one person playing the left lane, one person playing the right lane, and they're just both going to look to how to maximize the squares they have. Now you can pivot on a whim, go back, try and block it over, but usually you don't want to do that, because while one person is taking space, you're trying to retrieve space. So it's usually better just to push all the way in, and now you're seeing the effects of what happens when you double back. GrubDarling taking a really small, really good advantage here. Small, but very strong advantage.
But we're going to be seeing the Ink Brush versus the Ballpoint, getting both special points on either side here, as we're going to be seeing what GrubDarling wants to really go for. They have the Rapid Blaster Deco at the ready, and on the opposing side with Cookies, they are looking at that Lil Judd, but they do have that T-Tech in rotation. Just the brand, but not the weapon. So they can always use that to their advantage.
Yeah, Tenatech is a great card. You know, we haven't seen a lot of it today, though. So that is kind of, you know, commenting on what the usual setup of these kind of cards is we're going to see the ballpoint Splatling coming out, giving 2 special points, and Little Judd activating a second special point for DblCookies. Small advantage, leaning towards the edge of GrubDarling, but it looks like they're going to extend on that advantage as they lock in that card immediately. And now Small Fry is going to be placed, trying to also gain a little bit of advantage back for DblCookies.
Not going to be enough for a special point, but that Rapid Blaster Deco is going to get a special 2. They just gave him another special point with that Small Fry.
Oh, wow. That's unfortunate. That's such an unfortunate square to place on, too. Because like had you like thought about the square for like a second more, you probably wouldn't have placed it. And then now here comes Tenatech, that brand square, that 2 little brand square, trying to get in that side area. But now GrubDarling has a pressing advantage going into the last 4 turns here. This is the scary part too, especially when you saw this last game. DblCookies managed to make it happen with the special blocks and turn the game around at just the last few turns. But I don't think it's going to happen this game.
But they're going to get 2 special points from that Splat Charger play. Meanwhile, GrubDarling is opting to use most of them in a Gambit, going to be going for that special attack Harmony, just trying to see where they want to place it, but they're going to be getting 2 special points from that Splat Charger play, which is going to be really good for them.
Oh, wow. Wow. That was such a good play. Yeah, no, not only did they minimize the special, but they got back 2 points, meaning that they only went down 3 from that special, which usually, you know, saying going down 1, down 2 is not great. But like in this instance, when you just played 5 points, only going down 2 is incredible. It's going to activate these super chumps in these last 2 turns.
Oh, not going for the signature this time. They want to do something else in that last turn, apparently, and you'll be using that special chump a little bit early. So we're also seeing the hero shot come out here from Cookies, just trying to see where they really want to place it. Trying to go for the best spot here as we're seeing them come out. Super Chump versus the hero shot. Going to be getting some spots here. And another special point for DblCookies. 104 versus 71. That might not be enough.
Yeah, that 13's been placed in the back. They're going to clash in this back area. That's their best play, or maybe these special points are going to come out. But there's 104 points on the board. It doesn't matter what DblCookies does unless they find an absolute miracle play to get this read onto the opponent, shut down their last few turns, and they're not going to find it. So that extra 13 points is going to be enough to lock out the game. Even with that full special, GrubDarling will take this lead 2-0.
There we go, GrubDarling getting that win, and pretty sure that is going to be, yeah, that's 1-1 right now.
Oh, 1-1? I thought it was a 2-0 lead. Oh, no. See, now I look silly.
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm so excited about that Harmony play, I forgot the score. But no, that's the kind of play that when you see that in Tableturf, you're like, wow, this player is just brilliant. And that's what GrubDarling did. They found that Harmony play, managing to keep their special resources online to get another super jump, and took that 100 points. Typically, if a player gets to 100 points in a Tableturf game, it doesn't matter how many times you move, the game is already over.
Yeah, but now we are going to be seeing River Drift. This is a new stage on here. We haven't seen this one yet. It's pretty similar to Thunder Point, but it's just more like an L shape, kind of. It's more like an S.
Yeah, it's an interesting stage because they actually have to fight mid now. You know, you actually just have to fight in the center of the stage now. And that captain square is going to be taking a lot of space, but that E-leader immediately pushing into the back line of DblCookies. Got another E-leader coming out too, and I think that's going to be generating some special points. We see one coming out for GrubDarling.
We see that immediately coming out here as we're going to be seeing the Splatoon wiper from the side of DblCookies. And on the opposite one, they're actually going to be opting for, no, not the Dynamo. They're trying to decide actually what they really want to do. Same thing here with DblCookies. This is the first few turns, so they just really want to set up to make sure that later on they're going to be pretty safe. We're going to be seeing that Splatoon wiper going to be able to get a special point off for them. Meanwhile, Harmony is going to be coming out here. No special points though, but they can set up pretty easily with those two stacked up upon each other.
Right. Are deck lists set? Like, do you pick one deck to play throughout the entire tournament, or can you switch decks?
Let me check the rules because I'm pretty sure
that's a rules person thing.
Yeah, let me see.
While we're looking at that, we're gonna see the Slosher come out getting 2 special points for DblCookies. You know how you know what we say about special points in this game. They start to add up really fast, but GrubDarling is no slouch either on those special points, as they're going to be placing this auto bomb for another special points. GrubDarling now at 3, DblCookies now at 4 special points, and the Octo Stamp here 2-2, and the Power Clam might be being played from DblCookies here, as they might be looking to gain another point. Taking a look at their deck real quick, just wanting to see what they want to do with this turn.
Yeah, they're just deciding on what they want to do. And of course, that's going to be another special point coming out from GrubDarling with this Octo Stamp play here, as it is now 4v4 for special points, as that's what they're just trying to do right now. They got a stack, but GrubDarling has to pass. Meanwhile, DblCookies has the perfect chance in order to use more space, as they're going to be using that hero shot. Meanwhile, the Dynamo Roller is going to be passed up.
Do they see it? Please tell me they see it. They see it. Oh, they see it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They get the special advantage. Wow, going into these last 4 turns, we're about to see a really dynamic endgame. Both these players are going to be flying special. Ooh, never mind. They just locked in a pass.
Yeah, a pass on the Tri-Stringer coming out from GrubDarling.
That's scary, because now that's just a free turn to fire off a special into the opponent's base.
And look at that, that's trading 3 for a 1. That's still gonna be 5 special points if they make that play.
Oh yeah, no, that's only 2 down. That's actually pretty good, because then they'll have what, 5? They'll have 5, and then you can just keep pushing into the back. Yeah, no, that's scary if you're GrubDarling locking in that pass. Tri-Stringer wasn't the greatest card in this instance, but you could have started using some points. Maybe that Tri-Zuka on special would have been good. Specials are going to be flying out from both sides now. Yeah, here comes Tri-Zuka. As I said, they should have played that the first turn, because they would have had, the extra special point. But what's scary now is that DblCookies has so much room to just play these specials and get this advantage right in the end of this game.
They might be going for a Little Judd here, but they're just trying to pick on where they can place it. Tri-Zuka versus Little Judd. Can this Tri-Zuka do really good for them? And in the end, that's going to be +6 and -3. Last turn, GrubDarling has to make something happen here. They have to do something here, and they're going to be using the Crab Tank, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough against the Super Chump. They're taking their signature. They're taking it.
They're beating you at your own game and stealing your special, man.
Oh, I can't believe it. DblCookies is just taking GrubDarling's signature and using the Super Chump at the end. The Flingza Roller is just not going to be enough.
No, I actually didn't count squares. I have no idea if that's enough or not. They win. 10-point lead. Yeah, you were right. DblCookies had that. That pass was such a sad play to see, because it's like, I thought specials were going to come flying out from both sides and would become a bit of a scary game, where it kind of just thought, who made the better use of their special resources. But unfortunately, GrubDarling passed on that play and did not go to that dynamic in game, and instead DblCookies just got the automatic sweep.
Yeah, they just got immediately in there and just made so much done. And now it is going to be a counter pick for GrubDarling. Can they make this 2-2? Or are we going to see the free 1?
Yeah, but this is winner's side. So the good news is that even if Grub can't find this here, we still might see this matchup, this great matchup again in grand finals. So DblCookies has to keep pressing for this advantage, but we might see the set go to game 5.
Yeah,
X marks the garden.
it depends on what happens here, though. If we want to see a game 5, then GrubDarling has got to come in clutch and try to make a reverse sweep here, as they're immediately using their first turns, E-leader versus the captain.
And now we're gonna see the captain come out from the end of GrubDarling as well. You know, we've seen this play before. We know how this goes. Dynamic starts, both players taken for the center. They both know what they want to do, and we're seeing a little dance on our screen.
I know, he's just like flipping it.
Just do. That was cute. Yeah, no, but I wish y'all could have seen that. DblCookies taking the space here. Kind of seeing a little bit of a mini metagame develop just within these two playing. Yeah, they kind of both.
Not sure what he's going for here.
I think he's trying to take this left side. Unfortunately, oh wow, the power clamp placement is going to be excellent there, completely blocking out the chances for GrubDarling to establish complete control over that right side. Now the Splat Charger digging into their base. GrubDarling is in trouble here.
Yeah, it is not looking good right now for GrubDarling, as DblCookies is just going completely in there.
Oh,
no more Takaroka for you. Oh my god,
No.
GrubDarling just keeps getting canceled.
Yeah, another big placement on that block too, because the crazy thing is it actually negated the second special point from being able to be activated, but instead activating a special point of his own. Now ballpoint Splatling coming on the other side, Inkbrush, GrubDarling trying to take their chances, pushing back into DblCookies' space themselves, but I don't think it's going to work out the same way just because DblCookies is already there and has good fortifications on his own base, so you can't really push too far in without giving him a special.
It is not looking really good right now for GrubDarling. They have to find some way to make this work, as they're going to be trying to use the end parry here, and they're going to be getting another special point from this. Meanwhile, the Autobot's going to come out getting another special point on their side too. It is a 4v3 right now, and it's getting more tied up, as GrubDarling is going to be getting another special point pretty easily from this Autobomb. But oh, they might have a pretty good setup if they. Oh. They might be able to use that fizzy, but oh, they're gonna use it right there. Oh, I saw some. I don't. Oh wait, no, I didn't see that. Yeah,
no, that's 2 points. That's 2 points. Yeah, no, they're up. They're up 2 now. Yeah, no, DblCookies is up 2 on special points, which is really important going into these last 3 turns. This is the make or break point for most games, but this Harmony needs a 5th special point to be active. I mean, they're gonna pass on that. So DblCookies not only has a big advantage here, has a lot of room to play around with it.
Oh no, this isn't good for GrubDarling.
There's so many special points.
I know, and here comes the special Dynamo against Crab Tank.
This is scary. This is scary. If you are GrubDarling right now, you have to find options fast, and we have a disconnect.
Oh, okay, there is a rule about this because it got past turn 6. If a player disconnects after turn 6, they receive a loss and the opponent wins the match. But who do you seed? I think it was the whole lobby. So wait, then what do we do?
I'm gone. Was it the host? It was the host.
Yeah, I was gone too.
What's the ruling on that? Uh-oh. Hey, what's the ruling on that? We need a TO. Can we get a TO?
Talking to TOs now. Yeah, I'm not sure what the ruling is for this.
Can we get a TO on stream? Because this is interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure because like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to hear the ruling on it. We're looking at the refs right now. Ball's in their court. That is Splatoon 3 for you, honestly.
Yo, that's just Splatoon 3. It affected Tableturf too.
Yeah, no one's safe. That's so scary. Oh my.
Yeah,
I think. Okay, so part of me wants to say they should replay, but that game was so far in Cookies' favor that like I don't actually think that Grub had odds to win that. Like I think the set was over there.
I know. Did you see how many special points?
And then the Ultra Stamp was gonna take over the center and like that's why I was saying like we need to get a TO on stream because I think we need to like have a rule be made in stone there to where we it's kind of up to TO discretion. You have to do a case by case basis and like you have to look at the board from before the DC.
Yeah, but that's the case. Yeah.
Because had that DC not happened, Cookies won that game. There were 8 special points on screen. Grub had 3, 4, and there was at least a 10-point lead. Like it was a stomp. Like it wasn't even close. But I also think replay would be a fair rule. I don't know how to say it. That's why it's like I don't know. Chat. What's chat thinking? Right? We're replaying. Okay, we have rolling from the TO. We're gonna replay.
Okay.
Yep, we're just gonna go straight to a replay. Wow, that's hopefully we don't see Cookies' mental get shaken from this. Hopefully they can keep happening.
Yeah, if I'm Cookies right now, I am so devastated. Yeah, now we are just getting into the room here, as of course we're going to be going back on X Marks the Garden to end it off here. All right, here we go. Getting into round 4. Hopefully we can see this happen this time. We're going to be seeing what's going on here as we're already getting the immediate plays and parry versus the captain.
Yeah, no, Katt coming out here into the center, going to be another big play. Honestly, GrubDarling is going to probably count their chickens more carefully before they hatch this time, since you saw last game those special points started adding up real fast again, but that heavy Splatling immediately taking control over the center from GrubDarling.
Immediately taking that center. We're going to be seeing the Dynamo Roller come out, trying to see if they can place it anywhere good against the Rapid Blaster Deco. Interesting spot for Rapid Deco. They might be setting up for something. I'm not sure how...
Yeah, it looks like they're setting to take control of the left side, but I think this Dynamo Roller is going to come out and place over. Oh, no, they both place over each other. So they do get the full value out of that Rapid Deco, but that is going to be pretty scary if you're GrubDarling, because some of the value of your card just got reduced, and I don't think that really hindered any of DblCookies' plans here, as they're going to go over to this right side with the hero shot, just keep building up their resources. Specials activate on both sides, just 1 point. But still, that's a start to something. And GrubDarling is going to be breaking right through the center here. Lil Judd continuing to play on that left side, get squares built up.
58 versus 50 here, as we are starting to see some more come out here. Power Clan versus Takaroka here, but the Takaroka, oh, that was bad. The Takaroka just got immediately just blown out by the Power Clan here. So we're seeing GrubDarling trying to set up this incline here, as DblCookies is opting to just try to decide which one would be best, opting to get oh, maybe not. They're really deciding on what they want to do.
Yeah, no, they're looking for a decision here, and we're gonna see this ballpoint spotting come out against Inkline, and it actually manages to get a lot of squares, neglecting most of the progress Inkline's making. And look, hey, he didn't let that stifle his momentum at all. We got DblCookies with 4 special points on board and almost a 20-point lead here with 5 turns left. Now actually solidifying a 24-point lead with this 3 special point and a 1-point special up advantage. This is going to be pretty scary if you're GrubDarling, because DblCookies only needs this game to take the set.
Yeah, they only need this one game. So if I'm GrubDarling, I need to go. 69 to 97 is not looking good, but they're pretty even in terms of special points right now, as we're actually seeing a pass coming out. Yeah, but
pass. I don't think DblCookies sees it. He doesn't see it, but the lead's so big now, it hardly matters. But DblCookies, look at the top side. Look at the top side where DblCookies has that splat placement. If he finds it,
it's right there. It's right there.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it.
Just opting to use that special attack slosher right there. But this is so said and done.
Yeah, no, the match is over there. We're gonna see the last turn forfeit. Lead was unmistakably massive. DblCookies taking that game and going to winners finals, but GrubDarling has a chance to make it back from losers finals here, as we're actually going to take a short break just between these 2 sets while we wait for losers finals to happen in this lobby.
Yeah, but before that, we're actually going to be swapping off commentary, as you know, the other commentators have got to get in here. It's been well past our time. So before that happens, of course, where can people find you?
You can find me at FrozenSBPC on Twitter, and of course, sometimes I stream on Twitch at SBPC_. Sometimes I play Splatoon, but typically you'll catch me just playing various shooter games, maybe some Minecraft, talking in the chat. Just come hang out with me if you notice me online.
Yep, and you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123, where, you know, I just talk about whatever I want to talk about on Twitter, and on Twitch sometimes I stream. I just started streaming again just last night because I was just bored, and I was like, you know, there's this Minecraft challenge I remember from when I was a kid, and it got updated, so I'm like, oh, how about I just try to stream that? And I mean, it's gotten to a monotonous point. I'm just mining cobblestone for 5 hours on end, but you know, it's still fun.
Yeah, it's a nice little time to chat. But hey, if you enjoyed the podcast and, of course, you know, the Tableturf stream happening, but the podcast mainly, come follow our Twitters. We both tweet absolute nonsense. It's a blast on that website. I hate that website. It's such a blast listening to me talk complete gibberish. And, of course, Ninstar probably has some of the more sane tweets on that site. I'm like the Eric Andre of the Splatoon community. I just kind of say whatever comes to my mind. And sometimes it's funny. But no, this was a good tournament, as we've been passing off to the other commentators. You guys have a good day.
Hello and welcome again to Duel On number 2. We are here at X Marks the Garden with Nebula versus OliverNEW. For this is losers bracket, yes?
Yes, losers round 6. Winners will go to fight Pika Pika. And they are starting. I see Nebula opening with first battling. Meanwhile, we see Fry being
Very strong Fry start.
Yeah. He's
And now Nebula now looking to play defensively with a E-leader while Oliver is considering ways to get in.
Yeah, if you can like take one side of the map for yourself.
Ooh.
They're good, but the E-liter won't let you do that. That's a great E-liter.
It was, though, that Dynamo Roller will be getting in by 1 square, and that will be enough for any sort of play that Oliver decides to do, if they should so choose. But we're seeing plenty of deliberation from Oliver here.
And I guess Oliver is going to try to get in.
Yes, looking to aggress now.
Right now, it's hard to watch two screens at once, but
Oh, it is definitely an interesting situation. I'm watching Nebula here. We're aggressing in with a Splatana wiper to spoil things, perhaps. But Oliver, on the other hand, oh nope, committing to a move now.
yeah,
It will be a Zinc Mini Splatling that gets almost completely covered up, but primarily and most importantly, its special point gets covered up. And that will be an entire missing special point for Oliver, and Nebula now gets to extremely press the advantage
Yeah, Nebula is
with plenty of access to both the right wing or the left wing and the top spawn for, or oh goodness no, that would be the bottom on the stream, so that would be it would be the left wing and the bottom then, yes.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Nebula a bit behind in points, but more specials. So much control of the map.
And that end parry will be covered up by a Lil Judd.
Oliver needs special right now. Needs to activate everything they have in order to get back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's more.
Unfortunately, yeah, with that entire wing about cut off to them, even if they get through with this small fry, and splat bomb here, it's just not worth it.
Yeah,
the territory has already been taken.
Tactical should take some of that back and give back some options, but this state of the game, it's no longer about options, it's about special points.
Mm-hmm. And that will be Nebula building up a special point while overlaying a bit of that tactic cooler. And it seems both players are looking to attack in the same wing here.
Oliver looking to put that Nautilus in without activating special from incline.
Ooh, but that will cover up a lot of the ballpoint. And now, even though Nebula is much further ahead in special, Oliver does have a significant point lead. If Oliver can catch up in building special, then that could be very dangerous for Nebula.
Yeah, that extra special point could go a long way for Oliver if they have a card that's two specials, because with one turn left, you need that.
And Nebula might be looking to special in already. And yes, we see a triple ink strike here. Now the point lead has shifted in Nebula's favor, but the special lead has shifted over to Oliver.
But Oliver cannot use both their special points because they only have 1 or 3 or more.
This is true. So we will have to see. I think... Oh. No. Nebula did take it.
Yep. Since we are now in loser's bracket, this is best of 3 again for this game at least.
Best of 3, and the loser of this round will be eliminated. So it goes. Alright, we have a double Gemini counter pick. Both players likely hoping to play some very big cards on one of the largest maps in the game.
Nebula starting with a great hand. Oliver has to make do with Dynamo, I guess.
Ooh, and that will be an aggressive Dynamo. but not quite enough to lock out any territory, especially with Shelly and Donnie reaching around here.
No lockout. Both players are into enemy territory right now. And I guess the Flutter will try to reduce that, to stop that, but depends on what Nebula does.
Ooh, that Forge will overlay some of the Flutter. And now the points are all tied up with just a bit of special point build-up lead for Nebula.
A great special point in that map now. Not building special point, but going a long way towards helping. Well, I guess we're doing a little job. Also helping with that.
I do agree with the Lil Judd play, as while the Mudmouth positioning there is pretty good, the Lil Judd needed to be placed there first because that is contested territory.
And right now, just a splat bomb to get in to Nebula's territory. Nebula has
Very aggressive, poking in.
taken. So, where do we put that fry? That fry could make so many points for Oliver, and Oliver needs points right now.
Meanwhile, Nebula looking to aggress. Oliver knows there is a spot for this fry here, but
Ooh.
oh, found it.
Okay, that's a great fry actually.
That is a very good fry. I did not realize that's where the fry fit.
Yeah.
When the only positioning available kind of tells you and informs you which move you should make. All right, and we have Octostamp versus Mudmouth. Octostamp building up special right away, and the Mudmouth building up the opposing special of the already placed cards. But now, yes, all Oliver needs to do is place a Fizzy Bomb in there, and then that will be 2 more special points.
Indeed.
Okay, the offense will be blocked off now.
And as you said, the Fizzy Bomb coming.
Mm-hmm.
That has become pretty much a staple of playing Tableturf. Pretty much every game we see a Mudmouth and a Fizzy Bomb.
It is a very classic combo. Very favored among our players, while Nebula is specially attacking in with a triple Ink Strike, which almost got covered up by the Fizzy Bomb. Fortunately, it was placed just out of the way.
Nebula right now out of special points, but like we can see their hand, and they have everything they need to build more of these.
They do, but it will have to come down to clever placement here. Oh, going with the Octopod, it seems. While a Curling Bomb gets placed in the corner.
Oliver almost 10 points behind, but so many special points with 2 turns left. We are going to see the Inkjet. Meanwhile, Nebula needs to build special for the last turn at least.
Yeah, this is a very crucial point of special placement here, because this is going to be what decides the game. If these players can play their special cards correctly, will we be seeing just a small fry placement here?
Both players using all their time in this last turn.
Indeed, definitely taking their time to consider things through. And I think that pass on the part of Oliver may have been too unfortunate. I don't know.
They had
That'll
so
be
much
enough.
special. They passed the one card they could have used for special points. They passed a Shiver.
Yes, and that will be Nebula taking it. If I read that correctly, I think actually the Shiver got passed because time ran out.
I think so too. Yes. Like the thing is, they were trying to put their inkjet onto Nebula's territory, but they were trying to find a way to make points without giving special points to Nebula. And they were like looking for the good spot, and time ran out.
Understood. Yeah, it's a situation like that where sometimes you just have to take what you can get and not land on an invalid position and end up having to pass one of your biggest cards.
Yes. Anyways, congrats to Nebula. They will get to meet our top seed and the runner-up of the last Duel On, Pika Pika.
Ooh, very exciting. Pika Pika is a very strong player.
Mm-hmm. And with the one player that beat them last week, Showers not being there, Pika Pika, they want it. It's for them.
Indeed. I will say we do have some other strong contenders. DblCookies and GrubDarling are the first that come to mind. But especially GrubDarling has the very aggressive strategy, and Double has a very strong tempo plan of trying to be able to aggress early on while still being able to rely on special buildup at the end, which is what you want to be doing if you can get the draws to work in your favor. And Double, I have noticed, has structured their deck in such a way that those draws do generally work out for them.
Getting the good draws can do so much for you. I think that's what the part of my deck that I'm not happy with is that like sometimes I'll get really good games, but I mean, one time that out of 4 I will just redraw and still have a bad hand, and then it's pain.
Yeah, I was participating in the Tableturf Battle Open number 7 yesterday.
Ooh.
And I did make it to grand finals, and it was DblCookies who was my opponent, who unfortunately secured me a second place position.
Second is nice.
Second is nice, but I have a bit of a history with specifically placing second in tournaments. Card game tournaments, that is, things like Magic the Gathering. I have a very long history of showing up to the store championships, very strong performance, and then I will get second place.
Hey.
I have won one store championship. That's it out of the, let's see, 20 that I've done.
Whoa! Oh yeah, that's a lot. I mean, if you manage to place second every time, that inspires respect too. You know, like people know you're good, but they have to go through you to win.
Consistently silver. All right. And I did not notice that the password changed for room. Sorry, I was late. I am here now.
So we'll be starting on Main Street.
Yes, yes.
So Pika Pika and Nebula have something in common actually.
Oh.
They were both put in loser's bracket by GrubDarling. And
So
GrubDarling right now is waiting in losers final. So the winner of this game will get their revenge.
I see. Yes, that is definitely quite the story being told. As GrubDarling is, like I said, a very aggressive player and definitely someone who, when you play against them, can be a little aggravating. That kind of aggressive playstyle that's so very in your face, you will have to, you just have to adapt to Grub getting right up in your base. But on the game at hand, we are looking at not the best starting hand, and yes, we will see a redraw from Pika Pika.
Indeed, Pika Pika will open with that steel eel. We are going salmon run for start, both players.
Ooh, and a very aggressive, as if they commit to it, Hype Manta Storm Big Man.
Yeah, that's quite the attack. That Hype Manta Storm can do so much. I want to have that card. I think I'll buy it at some point.
I have the original Big Man that I swear by is a very, very good card, but the new one is also very enticing. It almost completely builds up its own special block, and cards like that, I mean, you see it with the Mudmouth. That is part of why the Mudmouth and Suction Bomb or Fizzy Bomb combo is so prevalent, is because the Mudmouth itself covers up 7 of its own blocks around special, making it very, very easy to activate and very enticing for our players to combo off of.
Yes, especially since there is very little chance that the opponent will send paint there once the Mudmouth is based down. So it's like special, but you know you can keep for later.
Though I do have to say, we know that thanks to the Mr. Coco, Nebula does have a line in on that spot. Not that it would be too advantageous, because anything that Nebula did put there, like a Suction Bomb or Fizzy Bomb, would be activating more special for Pika Pika than himself.
Yeah. And right, these players don't respect boundaries. There is no your side and my side. They are both everywhere, but Nebula right now taking an option on the bottom right of the map.
Indeed. And bit of deliberation here from Pika Pika, looking for the most optimal spot for an angle shooter.
Yeah, angle shooter so good for getting in enemy territory. That's gonna shave off that Splatling. That's really good.
It's going to definitely contribute to locking out space in Nebula's spawn.
I mean, with the diagonals, Nebula can still play there, right? Yeah.
Nebula absolutely can still play there. However, there is very little that's going to fit gracefully.
Oh, for sure. Meanwhile, Pika Pika looking to use special to get in with the Splatala Stamper and get a special points at the same time. Not stop the wiper.
So, paying 1 to build 1 while blocking off some territory. I would have to say it's not necessarily the most optimal play, but I can see the line of thinking there, and I respect it.
I mean, if you reach that level of competition, we have to respect what you do.
Yes. Alright, so we have a lot of deliberation here, but we are committing to a reflex play. Ooh, and fortunately placed just high enough that no clash happens, no gray blocks are created.
Right.
And I would say that is very good news for Pika Pika, especially. Nebula I would have to say, not even mind having those gray blocks there, but Pika Pika absolutely would.
Nebula using a bit of space to build an extra special. Right now Pika Pika so far behind in special, but several spots that are ready to build that special mud that we talked earlier. Still there, waiting.
I would play the suction bomb into the mud mouth personally, just because there's more spots that the fizzy can build up. But it is Pika's choice here.
I think that suction can be used on the top right to instantly give a special. But...
There is definitely still a place for the suction bomb. I would just say there's more places for the fizzy.
Oh, okay. You're the expert.
So what makes the distinction there is the fact that the fizzy bomb has its special blocks surrounded by 2 regular blocks, and the suction bomb only has the 1 regular block surrounding its special. As for which one is more advantageous, it's very situational. I've gone back and forth with reigning champion showers on it a lot. Ooh, and we will see Ultra Stamp commanding a lot of territory, and I don't see too many lines where
Pika can't even get back.
Yeah.
Look at the points.
Pika can earn a lead with these points, but if Nebula has anything to play and build points with, it won't be enough.
And these tries
I think that will be Nebula's game.
Yep.
Sure enough, winning by 5 points, the game will go to Nebula.
And 5 points, that was the try slasher. If Nebula passed, that was a tie.
Yeah, it would have gone to a draw.
Mhm.
It was certainly a close game, but unfortunately, Nebula having any play at all whatsoever did, in fact, secure the win. And it will be Pika's counter pick for stage. The other commentators I was listening, they were quite surprised to even hear that Tableturf has counter picks. It's very crucial to try and counterpick a stage that you're favorable on and your opponent is not favorable on, but that does require a bit of knowing your opponent and understanding the metagame in that way, which is not entirely unheard of in as small of a meta as we have for Tableturf.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, box seats is out of the map list, right?
Unless both players agree on it as a counter pick, it will not be played in this tournament. That is correct.
Okay.
You cannot force a box seats counter pick. You have to get your opponent's permission for it. So instead, we are going on lakefront property as a counter pick. And we will see a redraw here, but I don't know if that was really worth it.
Right now, very small cards for Pika.
The one good thing about seeing small cards in your opening hand is knowing that the big cards can be drawn.
Sure.
Which is a very silver lining way of looking at things.
Yeah, and that charger gives the extension at the start that you really want to have. So.
Oh, but this Takaroka will be mostly covered up by a steelhead.
And it's up to the cold-blooded bandit Shiver. But right now, Nebula is well ahead on that opening.
Mm-hmm. Have to see their play. Plenty of thoughtful consideration here, as is very understandable. You definitely want to, Yes, okay, I was about to say, with as many routes for attack as Pika had, Nebula definitely needed to consider all the possibilities. And it seems like Nebula defended for a attack on spawn that just didn't happen.
That's gonna let Pika take so much space right now. That was such a conservative move.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and now an end parry getting overlaid by the Beluga dualies. turning things, well, not turning things around so much as a bit of revenge, I should say, for the Takaroka getting covered up by the Steelhead.
Indeed. That points in favor of Pika Pika, but that's also special for Nebula and the way in.
True. And a way in it is indeed, because now Pika Pika is forced to try and play defensive with very little options for aggressing in on Nebula's territory, while Nebula has all the options for getting in. And the Octo Commander will block off its classic Squiffer, but it will also build its special point. So Pika Pika has secured their territory and made it safer for them to play, but I think the special build-up lead that Nebula has right now is going to make it very hard for Pika Pika to come back.
But Pika Pika has like great options to make specials right now. But first they need to get on the attack. And look on the top right, that perfect spot for the curling bomb that's just waiting.
Thinking about it now, even. That is contested turf. Oh, but going for a curling bomb here instead.
Yes, sir. Pika Pika on making specials. It made 2 special points last turn, is going to make 2 more this turn.
Seeing Pika Pika favoring a lot of these cards that slot around the Splat Chargers to build special. Very, very synergistic deck composition. And that may be key in helping Pika Pika catch back up, because now we see Pika Pika with the point lead and tied in special. And yes, committing to a Tri-Slosher play, that's going to build up even more special. We're going to have to see how Nebula combats this.
And on my side, I see Nebula hesitating. I can tell you specials are likely to be used that turn.
Going with a Tri-Strike, which will build up some special for Pika Pika. So now Pika Pika is sitting at 7 special, real cushy, about able to attack any way they so feel.
And they have so many places where they could put that Elite 4K.
If anything, they've about got decision paralysis with so many choices.
Yes.
I do think that E-Leader placement is very agreeable, but yes, they will be going for it.
Yes, 2 specials for them. And a pass on the side of Nebula.
And now Nebula will only be able to special attack with a 5-drop at best. It is looking like this is Pika Pika's game. I don't know what Nebula could place to claim enough territory to combat a strong special attack Tenemissiles here.
With the Tenemissiles, I don't. There is no way Nebula gets back.
There will be a Splatana Wiper for as much territory as it can claim, but I don't think that's enough. Yes, that'll be 95 to 76 in favor of Pika Pika.
But now it's Nebula's turn to make the counter pick. What will it be?
Both players fighting for revenge at this point. Plenty of reason to give it their all.
Still thinking. We can tell you, we're in the lobby and we see Nebula not willing to get back to the table until they know exactly how they're gonna attack Pika Pika.
Indeed. We have chat raving in excitement with a bunch of birds dancing. So much excitement. All right, and I think we have the stage choice here as we have our players readying up. And it will be a counter pick of Thunder Point.
Thunder Point. What do you want to do on this map? Can you pick?
Thunder Point? Honestly, you want to try and reach around your opponent more than anything else. Ooh, this is a very strong starting opening hand here with a captain and a shiver.
Big hand on the side of Pika Pika. And I can tell you that Nebula will have the Splatling at the ready. To get
So
him
we
on
will
down.
see. We will see some strong plays from both players here.
Opening with like 2 big cards like that, it's such an option for the rest of the game if you can place them without them being eaten, which is going to be the case here.
Yeah, there's going to be very little punishment for Pika Pika here, claiming so very much territory already.
And
And
Pika Pika,
perhaps even greedily so, looking to place an Ultra Stamp without specialing it.
yeah, Pika Pika don't need specials, just need to put as much point on the map as possible.
And I see, yeah, that Forge play will be showing why you might not necessarily want to do attack like that, because now that got very covered up and no special was gained from it.
Mm-hmm. Pika Pika
Meanwhile,
still
Nebula
ahead.
committing to their play, as Pika Pika looking to try and find the best positioning for this tri-string. And we will see a defensive Mudmouth now, as the Steelhead gets around the Shiver.
Yeah, Nebula started a bit weak, but right now that's quite the cards that are placed, and Pika Pika after that stamp, Ultra Strong debacle, has been like getting hits.
One thing I will say, though, is that Nebula, while there's a bunch of good spots to potentially build up special from, Nebula still hasn't built up any special yet. And this one special point here for Nebula was more built up by Pika Pika.
And Pika Pika right now looking to make some special of their own.
Deliberating on the cards left in their deck to decide whether or not to place this little Judd. It will build a special point for them, but it doesn't claim as much territory as some of the bigger cards.
And we've got 5 minutes. We'll go with Little Judd.
Yes, that timer ticking down did scare Pika Pika back into the little Judd placement. Ooh, but a very nice Platana Viper placement here. Even setting up for the potential for Pika Pika to use the Angle Shooter specialed for some free points if they don't mind giving some special points to Nebula as well.
If
you see that through line there around Nebula's spawn.
But if they turn it up, they could not give the special points and take this. Oh no, it's right. Oh no, it doesn't work. Yeah.
It would be able to fit there, but yeah, it wouldn't build up its own special doing that.
Yes, indeed.
Going with Hero Shot versus the Octopod, and that Octopod is going to build up plenty of special now. And that could turn things around for Nebula. I will say one thing though is that if I were Pika Pika, I would be looking to place a special point somewhere near the left side where that nice juicy blue chunk of unblocked space is, because that would really turn things around, or not turn things around. That would really swing things in Pika Pika's favor.
For sure, that looks tasty.
It does. It is very enticing.
Right now, Pika Pika ahead in points, ahead in special, with just 2 turns left.
Ooh, and finding the suction bomb placement to build even more. And now they'll be able to special attack with Big Man. Right into that juicy territory that I just mentioned.
Just need to find the right spot.
Ooh, but looking to cover up the shift. Didn't spend too much time looking for the optimal placement there.
And Pika Pika knows that Nebula doesn't have the ability to place 12 points of a special,
Indeed.
so...
Going with the Steel Eel instead.
And that's a pass from Nebula.
Wow. So yes, that will be a game going to Pika Pika.
Pika Pika, who was the runner-up, who was in losers finals last week, gets there again for a second shot at the crown.
And it will be a rematch against Grub.
And we will be right back.
Hello and welcome back again. Here we are with the rematch of Pika Pika versus GrubDarling. And it looks like we will be starting on Double Gemini.
Indeed, Double Gemini. This is losers finals.
Ooh, this is very strong opening hand for Pika Pika here, with both Captain and DJ Octavio, as well as the Crack-On brand and an unscoped E-leader. Very, very big cards. Exactly what you want to see on a big map like Double Gemini.
Captain versus Captain to open. That's what you like to see.
Yes. Now, if only GrubDarling has a DJ Octavio to match this one.
I don't think we'll see that from GrubDarling, but
We will not. Ooh, but that ink brush will strike right through the Captain. And now, yes, Grub's aggressive strategy has given them all the territory to work with.
GrubDarling is already in and Crack-On. Oh no, maybe not Crack-On.
Pika Pika deliberating on whether to try and defend or just match Grub's aggression.
I guess it's going to be aggression versus aggression.
It is, but that placement on the scoped E-leader is going to be very key here, because that's a special point that Pika Pika does not have.
Yes, but that's access to the right, to the bottom right for GrubDarling. That's like pretty much reserved with. Whoa.
Pika Pika looking to continue the aggression, yes. Committing to a heavy splatling.
Very nice heavy, and both players are playing just on the other side of the map.
The way Grub plays, they about four. Oh no! And we have two E-leaders completely overlaying each other. Oh, and that is going to create a huge wall of gray blocks right in the bottom of the map.
And that restricts both players' moves so much, but I have to feel like for GrubDarling, who has so much blue around, that restricts, I feel, Pika Pika's moves much more than Grub's.
Yeah. I would have to agree. Oh, especially with this happening. Oh my goodness. That bottom is almost entirely gray blocks now.
Keep at it, and Gray is gonna win the game.
Yeah, like Pika Pika has no way out of spawn to attack from now, aside from just a very slight sideways angle. Ooh, but both players will be building up special points here. The corners on Double Gemini are very huge for a lot of these cards like Chum and Curling Bomb that have their special point that they just slot right into those corners like this. Ooh, but Inkline does reach around the middle. Very smart placement.
Such a nice one.
I almost wonder if Grub has something to play there to build special off of.
Like a Chum?
Like a Chum, though I'm thinking perhaps more Small Fry.
Oh yeah, of course.
Small Fry would be more ideal because that would build 2 special points. And if I recall correctly, I think that's more likely in Grub's deck. But we will have to see. We will instead be going with an Auto Bomb here.
Pika Pika a bit restricted in terms of placement, but 4 special points against Grub's 2 specials.
Especially with the point lead. It's sketchy because of the lack of offensive access for Pika Pika. But if Pika Pika just holds on to the lead that they have, it might not matter.
And that pass from Grub is going to extend that lead. still maintain that special equilibrium.
Oh, I see a line here. I don't know if... I don't think Pika Pika sees it. No, Pika Pika does not see it. Okay, well then. All right. On the final turn, and we have enough special for an ink vac, which just might be able to reach around into areas that... Ooh. Interesting ink vac placement. Very interesting. Oh, but that crab tank was passed! I have to think that was an error on... because they had enough special points to special it.
Yeah, but if you counted the point, I think Grub knew that the game was lost, so...
So it passed just to get things moving, you think?
I think that's a possibility. Like when you're ahead in points and you know that you can't put more than the 12 special, there is no way to get back in.
That is true, but I suppose that would be more my own mindset as a card game player of always wanting to play things through, even if it's mathematically impossible for me to win at that point.
Always want to get the most out of your cards.
If there's one thing that Magic the Gathering players enjoy the most, it is value. All right, a very aggressive captain start while the Zephyr Charger looking to just get in without being able to claim very much territory of its own. Ooh, and it's already blocked off by the ballpoint Splatling. But a Takaroka here is going to try and build up special if it doesn't get covered up. No, it will not. The E-Liter Scope is going to go around and block off even more aggression. This E-Liter play is going to be crucial because Pika Pika really needs some way through here now.
Yes, plus the special point. Always good to have.
Indeed. Very likely to make the difference. And foregoing offense to build up even more special with the GrubDarling.
This is when Pika Pika isn't even trying to get in, just make special points too.
Pika Pika, I believe, is thinking, oh, I can get in when I have enough special points for this Tenna Missile.
I guess that's ready to attack now.
Yes, getting in now. I would have gone down a tile lower, but I would say Pika Pika is very likely just wanted to... Oh! I see now! I see they're set up for the Shiver!
Perfect.
I did not recognize that one.
And not even giving the special point to the blue special that was there. That's such a nice...
You will have to excuse me. That is one of the newer cards, and I have not played with it yet. I have not earned it. Ooh, very good placement for this Tri-Slosher here. Yes, Pika Pika will be going for it. Ooh, and that's
using so much.
That is a very good point lead for Pika Pika, while GrubDarling only has one more special. That is not nearly as much of an advantage, though if Grub is smart enough with special placement, it still might work. Pika Pika possibly just taking territory with this curling bomb.
That looks off. I mean, is that all?
It's not all they can do with the curling bomb, but the only other position isn't that much better for it either.
Oh yeah, I see.
Oh, and they opted out of it, instead ending up having to pass one of their cards.
And that's still a special point. Pika Pika still ahead in points. I think we might reach a point where GrubDarling doesn't use all their special before the end of the game, potentially.
Pika Pika just looking for a place to get in with this Splat Charger. Deliberating on whether or not it's worth it to give a special point to Grub.
You have to play before you get another pass again.
Ooh. Ooh, and that is a very strong harmony. So that special point honestly did not come into play very much because Grub is likely just going to use a 312 here.
Yes, I can confirm. I see the crab tank is activated.
And I would say for Pika Pika, yeah. Pika Pika taking a page from my book and trying to play it through to the end despite things just not going to work out for him.
Indeed. Batch B game 2. Going to grab.
By a lean, oh my goodness, 16 points. We are now tied 1-1.
This is best of 5. I mean, GrubDarling, I see them already. Oh, no.
I just noticed, as well as Figgy Cat in chat, there's a bit of a typo for GrubDarling here. That's GrubDarling.
Oh, yes.
You might want to fix that, streamer.
Thank you. And we are going to Main Street. You know that Pika Pika likes that map really well. Last week we saw Pika Pika really give cooling showers on this map.
Not too many people will choose Main Street as a counter pick because it's so simple, but it really the size of the map lends itself to a multitude of strategies. If you had to ask me, I would say that Main Street is what players think that River Drift is. Oh, and we'll see a little bit of this Splatling get covered up here as a reflux combos off.
Pika Pika looking to get in with that hero shot or still in?
Looking to get in with something for sure.
I mean, Pika Pika is looking to get in. I think that goes without saying.
It might be, yes, it might be a Splat Charger right down the middle here. Ooh. You will have to commit to something, Pika.
Yep, you have 3 seconds.
And it's the Splat Charger right down the middle. That is a good play for denying space to Grub. As well, the Fizzy Bomb can be placed back behind there anywhere to build up special later on in the game. So while that territory is basically blocked off from Grub, it's very ripe for Pika Pika.
Pika Pika maintaining the extension to the top, meanwhile Grub just making so many points at the bottom.
Yes, Grub definitely likes to play the bigger cards. But I say that, and then the Ink Brush comes out to overlay, and unfortunately not quite block off territory. But Pika Pika seems not care. Pika Pika is looking instead to get around with a Tri-Stringer up top. Or down here just for the sake of building special. It works out in their favor because that part of that Tri-Stringer would have gotten covered up.
And I guess...
Ooh.
Did Pika Pika think of using the Ultra Strong to build special?
I think what Pika Pika was thinking with the Ultra Stamp is just checking to make sure that that territory is safe for placing it there. Pika Pika definitely does not want to make that play this turn because there's very little that Grub is going to be able to do about it.
Okay.
And meanwhile, yes, this placement of the angle shooter is going to deny a lot of space to Grub.
Taking lots of space. Well, look at the score. Like, there's just one special point of difference. Other than that, they are pretty neck and neck.
Not sure. Going to go with a Splatana Wiper. Perhaps, yes. All right. Captain pass from Grub. Grub not afraid to pass on cards for the sake of aggression.
That little Jed cannot make it special. Always
No,
so
I
sad
would-
to see.
I would be putting the little Judd on the other side.
You can't put it to the far end. Wouldn't build it special on the other side either.
You can't build it special on the other side. And as we see, Pika Pika likely just wanted to build the Steel Eels special. But plenty of deliberation now on what to do because nope, going with a Fizzy Bomb to build up 2 special, likely into a Captain. No, going into a Mudmouth. I see looking to just... That's an understandable play. That's an understandable play,
Yeah.
especially within as much of a lead as Pika Pika has. I was thinking they were going to go with the Captain to try and secure as much as they could, and I believe they could still build a special point from the Captain, but this Mudmouth is much safer.
Sure. That's great value for Nebula. Meanwhile, the crab tank is going to take some space.
Ooh, but there's plenty of good spots for this Ultra Stamp here. That could even go up 1 higher. Alright. Committing to that. While Grub brings out the guys. And I'm not Judd, I'm not going to be able to call this one. Ooh, that will be Pika Pika taking it. That Ultra Stamp did beat out the Super Chump.
Pika Pika 1 game away from getting in Grand Finals.
And Pika Pika has left the room. I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe. Pika Pika, it's not best of 3. It's best of 5.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if Pika Pika thought it was best of 3, that would make sense.
How do you say best of 5 in Japanese?
I don't know. I know how to say 5. I don't know how to say best of.
Okay, I'll play. I'll play. How do I leave the table?
I think Grub has to just deny your challenge. Alright, Pika Pika's back. Alright, here we are. And we have X marks the garden as the counterpick stage.
Here we go.
Ooh.
That looks like a good start.
It is 50-50 on the hand, but with the Shiver and Mudmouth, it is worth having the Ultra Stamp and Suction Bomb already in hand.
And the hero shot right away too.
That's a very good top deck. fact, it may even be. Let's see. Pika Pika is deliberating, going with the Mudmouth instead. Okay. And now, both players very deep into each other's bases.
GrubDarling has the wall, like, taking all, like, both players, like, pretty much, like, separating the map into vertically.
And the defensive play from Grub will overlap the majority of the Ultra Stamp while building up special for Grub. That is... Ooh, that has to hurt for Pika Pika.
That was such a sad Ultra Stamp.
And Pika Pika electing to not build special with the hero shot for fear of special getting built on GrubDarling's spawn.
Yes, and using the angle shooter to get that.
Ooh. Get in just a turn too late as the captain will be securing the right wing. Pika Pika free to place anything on the left wing as they so decide, but that will make a very even split down the middle of the map for both players.
I guess that in the meantime, GrubDarling will be able to build some special pretty easily.
Oh yes, I see that now. Ooh. And setting up even another spot for building up special as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right, perhaps a suction bomb play now, yes. While Grub deliberates on precisely how to build up special. And yes, it will be the splat bomb against the auto bomb. Ooh, and this is some very good placement for this tri-stringer here. Going off to the tail of Big Man.
Right now, both players are even in points, but look at these specials that GrubDarling has built, has ready.
I would have to say we might be seeing an attack of Grub because... Oh. No. Grub is instead going to pass. Okay, not opting for the early attack. But Pika Pika is out of moves. Pika Pika will either need to pass or special.
Only 3 turns left and 4 special points. I guess. Oh, well. So yeah, if you can build...
Very good little Judd placement.
Mm-hmm.
Building up special while denying it. Exactly as one wants to do. And there is a place to slot in this charger, but it may not be worth it now.
We won't get
The
a
name of the
special from
game-
it.
Yeah, the name of the game is special attacks now. Oh, but using the charger to special, build 3, and then have
there is
3 left
nothing.
over?
No, they don't. I don't think they do.
No, yeah, they don't have anything they can cast for 3, so it would not be worth it.
Wow, the Super Trump's coming in.
Ooh, and
But-
that may be game for Grub. I don't think this Steel Eel will be big enough to turn things around for Pika Pika.
Yeah, especially since GrubDarling has another special with the crab tank ready to come in.
Ah, yeah, that, if my math is correct, that does spell the game for Grub.
Mm-hmm. And we are getting to game 5.
You'll love to see it. Plenty of competition for our viewers.
That has to be frustrating for Pika Pika. Pika Pika was out of here. Pika Pika was
yes.
ready to get to the next round, and now they are in a game 5 against Grub, who has been so good tonight.
Oh, I would say it's been more than just a night. Grub is a very talented player. Few people have found a very good way to consistently counter Grub's aggressive strategy. Game 5 hype. Waiting on the counter pick from Pika Pika. Having stage control over Grub. Very optimal for Pika Pika, but it's still going to take some top-notch play from Pika Pika to make it on to that would be grand finals. Yes, we're fighting for now.
Yes, winner goes to grand finals to fight DblCookie.
Okay. I would say both of these players have a good shot at beating Double.
We are seeing top level Tableturf. I am so new to this, and I am so amazed to see what can be done.
Most people are new to it. Very few people realized that we had the simulators and we were playing online before Nintendo actually did anything. Alright, and we will be... Oh, we're seeing square squared! And this might show just the advantage of counterpicking because it is very hard to be aggressive on square squared. Unless GrubDarling has a specialized deck for square squared, this could be Pika Pika's game already.
Pika Pika holding steady, and that Octocommander will be quite aggressive.
Yes, Octocommander overlaying a Harmony. And that early struggle for mid, which so often happens in square squared, mostly going in Pika Pika's favor. Ooh, and now so many opportunities for Pika Pika deciding on whether to place. Oh, going with the Zephyr Charger, splitting the map down the middle, top and bottom, though Harmony does already cross into Pika Pika's turf there.
Both players are looking to make the best of this situation. Everybody's cut off from... Well, nobody's really cut off. Everybody still has all their options.
So much deliberation now. Oh, going with the Splat Dualies. While Grub goes for a big Takaroka play. Oh, but Pika Pika has a big player of their own here.
Yeah, good red bandit shiver could make points, but I think... Yeah, looking for the perfect spot for it.
Opting to play up top. Our captain will be going down the bottom. And it's looking like, unfortunately, Pika Pika has been able to do very little to stop Grub's aggression. Because we already see now a 10-point lead for GrubDarling.
Indeed, but it's not over.
Oh, it is certainly not over.
No special has been built so far. We know that it will be built. It will happen.
And here we are, building up special off the Glue Dualies for Pika Pika. Ooh, but that... Goodness. They will find a place to place this Takaroka. But so much territory has already been locked out. Ooh, both specials getting activated here.
GrubDarling has been taking so much of this map, and it looks like Pika Pika is on the ropes just trying to make some territory in the corners.
Indeed, and I have to say that is quite impressive. Square Squared is honestly the hardest map to play aggressively on, and we see GrubDarling doing it without any hesitation. Oh, That is very bad for Pika Pika. That will be so very much space built up for Grub. Ooh, but we have a nice Tri-Slosher's positioning here. And Pika Pika will take the lead on special points now.
Lead on special points, but with 15 points behind, just 4 turns left, Pika Pika needs to really find as many points as they can to build back.
I don't think I saw an Octopod in that deck, so I don't think the Slam and Lid will be going up top. It is looking more likely to be placed here. While Grub passes on a heavy Splatling. So Grub, content to pass, is going to give a bit of leeway for Pika Pika to try and catch back up.
It feels like Grub, that aggressivity put in all over the map, and now building special looks like it's going to be super hard because it's just 1 dots here or there to fill in, and if you don't have a burst bomb ready, which you don't, it's going to be like quite... Now it's Pika Pika's turn to really get that comeback.
There's a lot of good spots for special attacking, especially with that E-leader there. But it would just be that one attack. This Octo Sniper can build up 3 special, but oh! No, it will not be enough. And the time's going to run out. And the timer running out will pass the Tenta missiles. And unfortunately, I will have to say that is going to be game for Grub because this E-leader is not going to be enough. You hate to see it, but that will be game. Oh, goodness.
The power that clock can have.
And now I especially hope that Pika Pika wasn't thinking that they had already taken things, because now that will be match going to Grub.
Great play by both competitors. And, I think we have... I think Grub won that last one, right?
Yes. Yes. I
yes.
don't... Yeah, I don't know why the... Yeah, there we go. That's the proper crown color.
Perfect. We will take a short break and we will see you all in grand finals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Grand Finals of Duel On 2. We will be starting here on lakefront property DblCookies versus GrubDarling, and we have GrubDarling coming their way up through the losers bracket to, I believe, take a rematch against DblCookies. These two did go before in winners, yes?
Yes, they did, and DblCookies got it.
Yeah, so now Grub will have to get a bracket reset to take their revenge.
Yes, and between these two names, Calliope, I'm hungry.
I'm not entirely certain how Grub's name is making you hungry, but oh no, Grub as slang, and not like actual grubs. Yes, that makes much more sense.
Yes.
All right, so we have a very strong opening here from Double and Grub, both opening with the captain. Ooh. I will say, though, Grub's placement perhaps a little bit more advantageous because it does seem to reach around middle a bit more.
Yeah, and building that special very well, too.
Very big harmony play, taking up a lot of space. And the Inkline is going to predict the heavy splatling.
It's quite the opting by GrubDarling right now. DblCookie needs to really put something in and get that aggressivity countered.
I would have to say this first game here, looking how it's going, it might just be going through DblCookies' mind right now. Well, it's a good thing that they have to do a bracket reset to defeat me.
Yes, for sure.
It's going to take a lot of work, but I would say GrubDarling is out here very willing to put that work in.
Right, but DblCookie has so many options taken and it's kept
overlapping the ballpoint and building up 2 special now. That is very nice for Double.
Yeah, and with that blue dot just inside that territory, you still have that little bit of a threat.
Ooh, and a nice auto bomb here. While Double just places the Ultra Stamp.
We've seen so many Ultra Stamps being just placed without special tonight. I think it's the second or third time.
Yeah, it has been happening a lot, and that's an interesting play to develop because for the longest time the meta has concerned early special placement as a very, very bad move, something you only do if you're in dire straits. So to see it happen so often and often for decent amount of gain, it may go to show that the early theory was actually unfounded.
I think that even if it's like you take a lot from putting your special at the end because you don't have no special on its problem, it's still a card that takes space and you can still get some use from that, and it's important to remember that.
Yes, it will still, at the end of the day, always be 12 blocks that you're placing down on the board. And we see Double, unfortunately, the draw is not favoring them. Ooh, and that is a cheeky crab placement. But here's a small fry on the final turn. Just what you want to see.
This has not been DblCookies' game.
It has not. So it goes. The beats do sometimes be bad.
And Grub, with such aggressivity, has shut down everything, and I think he's going to go for Grub that game 1.
by 100 points. My goodness. Well, not by 100 points. At 100 points, I should say.
Yes. By 100 points, we not
At
to,
that point,
not
I would
to
have
cookies.
to. I would have to, instead of saying congratulations to GrubDarling and good game to DblCookies, I would have to be mourning for DblCookies' death. That would result. Literally being sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh, and we have the River Drift counter pick. Eel Tail Tower Control. Everybody's favorite. Oh! And there it is, the Captain opener once again. We had Bone Miser joking in chat. Guys, I think I know what the best opener card is. Last match, as both players opened with a Captain. And I can see the line of thinking because it has been very common for players to open on. And it has... Oh! Yes, and as you can see, it is advantageous to play it as an opener because it's so big that it often gets covered up, and this Captain has been overlaid. But if Grub has a diagonal card, they still can get in. Ooh, but that defense will be shot right through by the Charter. And this Power Clan gets to go right in to Grub's territory, flashing just a little bit off of the Tri-String.
Right now, DblCookie does not want a repeat, and that's pretty much an option to the start of the game, we pushing into GrubDarling's territory.
Indeed, it's looking a bit karmic, you might say, that this is happening to Grub, as it's usually Grub who is the very early aggressor. They just did not have the diagonal cards to get through with the Captain and continue aggression, so trying to play defense, you see that it's just not Grub's strong suit.
Yeah, right now, that's that diagonal option that you talked earlier.
It's gone now, yes.
It's gone, it's over.
So yeah, even if the ink brush had been drawn by Grub, there's no more place to put it. But we will see a very nice Octo stand building up special for Grub. That is going to be very necessary to try and get the win here. Ooh, but that's a real nice Splatana Wiper placement. And now DblCookies has caught up just about in special points.
Got to make some more up there. It's time to start trying.
Ooh, very nice Tri-Slosher placement, finding the spot for it.
Meanwhile, you pass on the side of GrubDarling. GrubDarling so many special points, but you need to translate them into points right now.
Yeah, and not just that, Grub needs a place to attack from. The only tile they really have that's aggressive is the Captain tile, and they can't just... Okay, so we have the Scoped E-Leader. Ooh, but that Scoped E-Leader put the tile backwards.
Ooh.
So there's still very little good room for aggression here. While DblCookies gets to just place the guys wherever they so feel.
Yeah, on 3 versus 3, DblCookies doesn't even need to be optimal right now. They just need to make their points, and that's it.
All right, let us see. Oh yeah, that will not be enough.
1-1.
1-1. GrubDarling getting out aggressed. Perhaps for the first time. Usually when I see GrubDarling lose, it's because somebody's defense was able to withstand his offense. But
I guess like with the opening hand that DblCookie had, like going for it and really getting it. And as you said, GrubDarling not used to defend, so might as well do it.
Ooh, and we will see the classic Dynamo opening on X Marks the Garden from DblCookies. While an E-Liter 4K unscoped gets around and does command the majority of mid here. But yes, I think DblCookies is looking to just secure the right wing instead. Or maybe not.
Secure any wing right now.
Oh, no, yes, going with the Shelly and Donnie play. Ooh.
GrubDarling still has a small option to get to the left.
And yes, now I think we're seeing the Splat Charger. Very nice timing because yes, GrubDarling looking to get in on the other end. That Splat Charger now has completely blocked off that wing, while both players have access to the other wing.
That's cool. Oh, and that power clan bleeding some special.
We'll have to see if Grub has anything smaller than an 11 to place there. And they do,
Yes.
with a Rapid Blaster Deco just by a little bit here. But that does set up a nice spot for that Tri-Slosher Nouveau. Not that we see DblCookies going for it just yet.
I mean, wouldn't the Tri-Slosher Nouveau give a special point to GrubDarling?
Yes,
as
and
well?
yes, it would, and I would say that's perhaps why DblCookies is not going for it yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially in the later turns, it's not quite so much of a big deal to give that special point if you know you're getting one yourself. But yes, we have much better little judge placement, while Grub has to pass on a captain.
That's a good point of the game.
And very decisive a very decisive move here from Grub. Almost wonder if it's another pass with how fast it was. Double technology liberation here. Oh, but no, it's the Ink Rush. In a very interesting spot. Likely setting up for something else.
Yeah, a few cards could make a lot of special very fast for GrubDarling.
Yeah, that would be exactly what Grub needs. And yes, double delivering, going to deny a special here, and just only build up one of their own. But Grub now has a very easy route. They just need to cover those 2 blocks there for 2 more special, and I do believe they have the cards to do it.
Yeah, Splatoon could do it. Another pass by GrubDarling. That's the second pass in the game.
Indeed, they might not have the cards they need. While Double gets to place an Auto Bomb and then potentially a Fizzy right under it. I'm not sure.
Could be.
Definitely going with the Auto Bomb though. Yep, there's the Splat Bomb, building up 2 special points. Ooh, and now Grub has the lead in special, but they're going to have to be very, very smart with it because that is a near 30-point deficit. That is 20-some change.
And DblCookie can build enough special to bring the captain on the last turn.
That is true. Oh, we're going with the crab here. I do not think that will be enough, knowing that the captain is coming. Though that said, one advantage for Grub, if Grub happens to place their special in the exact same spot as the captain, it will be a smaller card, and that could turn the game around.
Oh, for sure.
But we don't see it happen.
Yep.
Ooh, yep, and that will be game to DblCookies.
And that's a placement of that dynamo at the start, and then the charger after creating distraction to the side. But we gave it to DblCookies.
Indeed.
Once you have two sides of this map to yourself and the rest up for grabs.
And that just shows the power of the dynamo start. It's not so much blocking off your spawn that makes it so good as it is the fact that you just have so many options for attack after that.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see a squared game here. Ooh. With an aggressive captain opening.
Captain versus DblCookies.
That will only be taking 2 blocks out of the captain. So that means DblCookies will still retain the point lead.
We are going with a Hydra Splatling. Trying to block things off on one side or the other, but which one?
Ooh, the correct one, it seems. You always want to, in that situation, play counter to your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Because you have more points, so you don't want to get hidden, that's it?
Ooh, and yes, now this hero shot, blocking further aggression from that side, just
Very
in the nick of time.
Now that Power Clam taking space out of Emperi.
The Emperi will take 1 block away from the Power Clam just because it's... oh!
Ooh.
Special block is there, but we see the unscoped E-leaders clashing very nearly completely. Fortunately for both players, those special points will be available to them. And with some clever placement, one player can activate the special of that while denying it for the other. Or even work to deny it from both. Ooh, and that Splatoon Wiper is going to take a special block away from Grub. That cannot be activated now.
Plus,
that is going to hurt.
Completely inside of Grub's side and Splatling versus
inside of Grub's side and inside of Grub's mind, playing the same cards back to back, or near back to back anyway.
And that's so much for Cookies with more than 10 points ahead. We are about to enter the end of the game.
Oh, and I see why that Splatoon Wiper was placed there now with the Tentactech brand.
Mm-hmm.
Able to slot in there very nicely. Likely on this turn. If not, then the Splat Bomb. The Splat Bomb can, but it would give special. I would go with the Tentactech.
Yeah, the Tentactech kills too easily.
That said, specialing now and then using the Tentactech would... We are going with the Splat Bomb instead.
Okay.
Alright, so now that... DblCookies just might be thinking Grub's already got enough special, or is going to get enough special, so... Probably just trying to rely on the huge point lead and having 2 special attacks of their own.
Yeah, so and we're going to see special versus special for these last 2 turns, I guess.
Ooh, but that will be a slight advantage to Grub by 1 point. Whether or not that's enough to turn things around remains to be seen.
Grub needs a lot to come back from the big advantage that DblCookie has built up throughout the game.
I do not think that was enough, no. That is another game going to DblCookies.
And that is also the finals, going to DblCookies. Congrats!
That's the finals!
Yes!
Because DblCookies has just secured it. Oh my goodness. Congratulations! DblCookies, if you don't know, won Tableturf Tournament Open for the Tableturf Battle server just yesterday. So that is 2 tournament wins back to back, 2 days in a row.
And I guess that's double cookies means double wins. Congratulations.
Cheating with your name. Now that's an interesting strategy.
Calliope, I think that means it's our time to sign off. Where can people find you?
People can find me right here on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalliopeThorn. And if that's too much work for you, I have been typing in chat, and you can just click on my name and it'll send you right to my channel. I think. Did they remove that?
I think. Maybe.
Nope. Yeah, you can.
Hey, followed you.
Hey. Thank you so very much. As for yourself?
You can find me on Twitter at @Tom with underscores in between, but I don't post much. So, but you can find me in paddling pool streams here and there, commentating, or sometimes playing, but not that much. Not as good as these players. Anyways,
Very professional
for
player.
watching. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back next week for Duel On number 3.
See you all then.